So much for the beers.
Go home from your party.
Sorry. You mean you can't even stay for the meeting? All right.
Chair Peters, it's 6:30 now.
(6:30 p.m.) I'd like to open the
recording
meeting of
in
the
progress.
Climate Action Commission for the City of Petaluma. If we could take a roll call vote.
Atchley,
Present.
Baker,
Present.
Edminster, Ellicamp,
Present.
Garty, Peters,
Here.
Shribs.
Present.
Okay. I think the first item on the agenda is a presentation from Cool Petaluma.
Every time. Oh, it's on this time. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm here tonight. I'm just going to give you a update since I saw you last in February of the things that we've been up to and the things that are coming. So it's also a very fun night to be here since you're talking about transportation. It happens to be Bike Month. So I'll run through some of that in a minute. But first, I thought I'd start by sharing with you that we had a block leader training in March. We added 20 new team leaders onto the program, and we have teams of 25 people representing 15 households. We have another one that has 19 people with 15 households, so blocks are really blossoming on their neighbors, in particular Midtown. We had a lot more Midtown this time, and East Side that were trained through the program, so that's really exciting. The next slide, please. Thank you, Patrick. Butter and eggs. If you all didn't get a chance to attend Butter and Eggs, we had a full float made of materials collected at the materials recycling facility. We were one of the first ones to tour it. And artists put together, community artists that are affiliated with Cool Petaluma or block leaders, put together the float. It was pulled by an electric truck. We had partners riding with us and walking with us. It was really an amazing piece of art. And so the egg, actually all the different pieces are still, we're going to use them. The egg has been the hardest one to find a home for, that we can keep pulling it back out, but because it's massive and beautiful paper mache, earth-shaped egg. Or egg-shaped earth is what I meant to say. So that was a really fun day. And then the one related to what we're in now is Bike Month. So we have started a mode shift campaign, and I have gone to all of the relevant boards and commissions, Petaluma City Schools Board of Trustees, and basically explaining that we are starting a campaign to help people get out of their cars and try busing, biking, and walking to get to their destinations. As you all know very well, the activity-based or direct greenhouse gas emissions are the highest in transportation. It's the one we can take most responsibility for, and so as individuals. And so our goal is effectively raise awareness, promote behavior, and build momentum towards a more sustainable and active transportation in Petaluma, transportation system in Petaluma, sorry. And of course, all of this aligns with the Blueprints Transportation and Land Use Action Plan, as you all know very well. And so I've been working, I do the collaborations and operations for Cool Petaluma, and so I've been working on building collaborations with Safe Routes to School, the Bike Coalition, Petaluma City Schools, the bike advocacy groups in town. I've been working with Petaluma Transit, the actual staff of the transit, and Parks and Rec, and really working out the different ways that we can build in biking and walking and busing to a variety of activities. And the first one we had, since it is Bike Month, First Friday, we had over 70 riders. The first time we've had that many riders on a First Friday ride. And there's a variety of people that contributed to make that successful. The biggest one being that Petaluma City Schools sent it out to their entire school system. So that was a huge win. They listed all of the Bike Month activities, which I'm about to outline. And then yesterday was Walk and Roll to School. And I helped coordinate, is what I call it, the bike trains. The schools have to have an advocate step up and say, either first they have to be a part of the Safe Routes to School Coalition, and then they have an advocate step up that says, I want to organize some bike trains. And so then I help them figure out what and where they might be able to do a bike train if they've never done one. And then we ended up having 12 bike trains yesterday, and that's the map that is up. That map was shared throughout the school districts. All 3 city school districts were sent this. But you'll notice it's west side mostly, except for McDowell. But we're working on it. We're trying, with the Safe Routes to School Task Force, it is all about trying to create safe routes to school and encouraging biking and walking. And it's growing. This task force is new, and so I'm a part of that task force, and we're growing it out. So anyways, we had some really amazing statistics come out of, and they're not even all the way in yet because it just happened yesterday. And those of you that work anywhere in the realm of education know how hard it is to get numbers out of educators because they have they have talk about a crew of staff to wrangle little kids from kindergarten up to grade 12 is a lot to do. So we'll get those numbers by next Thursday when the Safe Routes to School Task Force meeting is happening at Miwok Elementary over in the old Adobe School District. But what I wanted to point out is that all of that was made possible, those 12 trains, again, with those same City of Petaluma was a partner of the Safe Routes to School program, the Bike Coalition, City Schools, Safe Streets, Petaluma. And basically, I helped connect the dots to all those people so that other schools were riding, knowing that there were others riding. It's a really important element for climate action, right? Is others know that they're not doing it alone. In this case, everyone got to see that there was routes, where the routes were, what time the routes were leaving, and what time they were going to get them to school. And then with our block leaders and community the community bike advocates rode to support riders. We had city staff participate. The fire department was waving at us. The police department sent out hey, it's Safe Routes to School. Let's support them and, be careful and cautious in the morning. And then today's paper, well, it's actually an article. It's not in the Press Democrat, but it's in the Press Democrat. Record numbers. They've never seen this many numbers of riders get out and ride. And the quotes are priceless. But I want to show you some highlights. Next slide, please. There was a community organized by a block leader on 5th Street, a bike rally. There were donuts and music, and this is where McNear, Spring Hill, Petaluma Junior High, McKinley, and Live Oak left from there was trains that went through this area. Next slide, please. Live Oak had a bike bus. We had to move into a bus because there were 24 students from Live Oak, 2 from McKinley, 16 parents, and 12 support riders, making a total of 52 bikes to form a bus that we went from Wickersham, G to 2nd, and then turned onto D Street, and the fire department was waving at us. And that's the picture on the left. That took 14 to 16 cars off of D Street that morning. And I counted, because I was in that traffic later in the afternoon, that would have gone from the light all the way to the bridge to have 14 to 16 cars. And so what I can tell you is that all those parents and kids want to do it more. And so this is why I love that this is the topic that you're all talking about tonight. It's priceless. McNear had 54 riders on their 4 bike trains. And so the task force is now going to try to figure out how to make it happen more frequently and become more of a regular thing, which it is encouraged through the Safe Routes to School program, but to actually have it be supported and something regular that has all the pieces working together, promoting it, supporting it with additional riders. All of that is a really key piece to it. And then, of course, the infrastructure is really important for parents to actually feel comfortable to do this ride and let their kids ultimately learn to ride by themselves to school. Some other elements, bike to work is next month. So make sure you all get your bike out, get it, all the gears, make sure your tires are all pumped up. And there are bike stations. I believe the city is hosting a bike station. They're all around town. So you can find out that about on the Bike Coalition's website. There'll be more First Friday rides coming. There'll be Second Saturdays rides in June, July, and August that are going to be riding to, errands, how to teach people how to ride to go grocery shopping, how to ride to nature, to our parks, and how to go to breakfast on your bike. We're coordinating with the city's recreation and Parks and Recreation. Actually, it's Parks, Music, and Recreation, in case you guys didn't know that. We're working on a third Thursday. It'll happen in August and September. It'll be at the fairgrounds, and it's going to be a community picnic that we're going to encourage bike riding to. The farmers market is going to be there because the farmers market's not happening at the fair this year, but they're going to bring their food vendors. And there's going to be music, and that'll be right as school starts to really get people excited to start those bike trains and bikes to schools. And then so that was the really fun part of related to what y'all are going to be talking about tonight. I'll just go over a few other elements. This month is our second quarterly roundtable. It's on May 24th, and the topic is transportation because it happens to be Bike Month. And so that'll be happening on Friday, May 24th from noon to 1:30 at Cram Hall again. We're encouraging biking and busing and walking to that as well. And then, of course, the big one, last but not least, is our resource fair is happening at the fairgrounds this year. And it's going to be bigger. We have more people bringing their resources. We have e-bikes. They're going to be able to people to try out what it's like to ride an e-bike. We have parents coming to show what it's like to explain why they use an e-bike to get around and what their experience is with that. That is on Tuesday, May 21st. That's from 5 to 8 at the fairgrounds. I really encourage you all to come just to even see how many people are excited and interested in climate change, climate action, and are looking for resources to be part of the solution. So with that, I will let you all carry on with your meeting. And if you have any questions, I'll take them, but you all know how to get hold of me. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Cool Petaluma. At this point in our meeting is general public comment. So if you do plan on making a comment, please fill out a yellow speaker card and hand it to the clerk. Clerk, the cards are outside the door by the drinking fountain. At this point, I'd like to acknowledge that we received 2 general public comments. One was from Sage Briscoe of Rewiring America, talking about a personal electrification planner tool that I know has been a hot topic. So please take a look at that. The second public comment was from Paul McGavin and his comments related to warming and cooling trends. If you guys can all appreciate that topic. As I see some comment cards are being written, I will wait 1 minute.
Ben, there's a public comment by Susan Kirks too, right? Gotcha. Okay.
If one of you would like to just come up and give your comments now and fill out the card later, we can. Okay, well, you're both done now. Took long enough to.
Start again, or? Okay. My name is Sherry Stern. I'm a Petaluman of about 5 years. I was one of the original Cool Block leaders, so I completely support and understand the program. I'm also an automobile driver, not a bicyclist. And I remember from elementary school when I did ride a bicycle, you took your bikes to school and there was like licensing and you got a little license to show that you were safe to bicycle. I got here a little late, Deb. I totally support bicycle riding, but I would like to see, if at all possible, safety regulations put into place for bike riders, because I've seen them without lights, without helmets. And just because you ride a bicycle, which is a good thing as far as climate action, bicycle riders also need to be aware that they're on the road. And so if there is something from the school's perspective of ensuring that there's a baseline for bicycle safety, like lights on the bicycle. I passed a bike that had no lights in the back, and I slowed down and said, hey, you're a little dangerous. And he goes, you have no lights? He goes, yes, I do, because he had a light in the front of his bike so he could see where he was going. No one else could see him from behind. So thank you for your consideration.
Great. And I believe we have a second general public commenter.
I wasn't planning to do a comment. I'm Jack Rasmussen. I'm the owner of a local business, Wine Country Fine Furniture. Used to be Pretzel's Fine Furniture. And we had a booth in the Butter and Eggs Festival and really enjoyed supporting the city that way. But I just wanted to share that I've discovered a very clever, interesting way to recycle a lot of our packaging materials. So sofas, dressers, beds, etc., come with a lot of cardboard, a lot of styrofoam, a lot of bubble wrap, and so on. So I advertise on Nextdoor.com for weed abatement. So our large pieces of cardboard, I've got more people than I have cardboard for that come and want those. And so I'm actually, I've lined up some other companies, TLC Delivery, some appliance companies that also receive large cardboard, pieces that they would have to take to the dump. And I direct those people to them. So it's kind of a nice thing to share that way. And also we get large fabric swatches from our vendors that get discontinued. And so again, I advertise on Nextdoor for teachers if they would like to have these pieces, and they make things for their students. And also the bubble wrap and even styrofoam. I found a lot of artists, local artists, that can do things with those and or wrap their paintings or pictures or make some kind of artwork, so which is pretty good. But I would be happy to be on a little subcommittee, I guess, I don't know, just or an advisor on reaching out to other businesses that would otherwise be throwing this stuff away and showing how it can be, added to the city cardboard and mulch program that they have there. And then the other thing, someone mentioned about block leaders here. I wasn't familiar with that here in Petaluma, but we've had our store for 6 years now. We used to be out at Pretzel's location across from Wilson School. But in those 3 years, 2017, 18, 19, I helped a lot of, actually 160 families in the Santa Rosa areas that burned, lost their homes. And so I went up there and met with the, I don't know if it was part of their city council or what, but there's a block leaders meetings that were helping to console or give advice of what builders to stay away from, et cetera, which ones plumbers are good, which ones are bad. And so I was able to speak and give some of our store information to them. And again, they passed it to homeowners that were up there. And we, like I say, we helped 160 families with some pretty significant discounts. And it was, sorry if I'm going over, I got 40 seconds, all right. It's interesting when a couple comes into the store that lost their home, you can tell if they've passed through the grief process and want to get furniture which is different from before to erase that memory, versus those where, especially the wife, I think, is trying to replicate what she had before and lost, has a lot of memories there. And so sometimes it had to be, marital counseling, helping the husband console the wife. But it's very interesting to work with families that way. So thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment for the evening. I will just say, in response to some of the public comments, I do know there is a Zero Waste Coalition that's sponsored by Sonoma County and Recology, and so if you're not plugged into that, that is this committee doesn't have so much of a waste focus beyond the general plan work, whereas that is the focus of Zero Waste Sonoma County. And I will just say, related to safety regulations for bikes, that I do know our Assemblyman, Damon Connolly, has had a lot of issues with that down in Marin County and is sponsoring legislation on that. And I would encourage you to reach out to his office. And at this point, absent any additional regulations, it's more of a enforcement concern. With that, we are moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is approval of minutes. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes? They are deemed approved by acclamation. We are moving on to number 3 on our item. That's a public hearing and matters for consideration, a presentation related to the draft transportation policy framework and then the draft natural environment framework.
Thank you. While we think about how to use PowerPoint. Ron's never done this before. We appreciate your patience. Hello, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. It's so nice to be here with you this evening. I'm Christina Paul. I'm a principal planner with the city and the general plan project manager. So we have quite a bit to cover this evening. We're really looking forward to hearing your ideas on what we have produced and shared with you earlier. We're going to be talking about the transportation and natural environment policy frameworks, draft policy frameworks for the general plan, as well as the ways that climate as a topic emerges in other frameworks. For folks that want a bit of a refresher, the general plan is an important overarching umbrella document, policy document for the city. It helps us establish as a part of writing the general plan, and then documents a shared vision for the city for the next 20 to 30 years. General plans don't have an expiration date, but they generally do get updated around the 20-year mark. It is a guide to future actions. As it is a general plan, it's fairly high level, so we don't have a huge amount of detail around implementation. Sometimes we will direct the city to do additional planning, but it does serve as that overarching guiding document. And importantly, all capital improvements and future land use decisions have to be consistent with the general plan, as well as plans like specific plans. We have quite a few topics that we cover in the general plan, and Ron is going to get into this in a little bit, but you can see from each of the frameworks that we cover that we're really thinking about the city system as a whole and trying to look at each of the different parts of that, how they fit together, and how to really have best practices that are reflective of the community's vision for the future. That includes housing, jobs, and economic development. I won't read all of this. Greenhouse gas reduction. As you all know, we are doing the climate action plan, the city's climate action plan, the blueprint for carbon neutrality as part of this planning process, which was an optional thing the city decided to do. We look at parks, hazards, how to stay safe in the case of emergency, community character, and then crucially, community participation in local government. The current general plan is titled the General Plan of 2025. Again, it won't expire when 2025 comes, but as that date arrived, we began to think, the city has really gone through a lot of changes, and it would be good to reflect the changing priorities and realities that we're facing now in a new general plan. So the city initiated the process to update the general plan internally and identify key priorities in 2020. Then we brought on a consultant team led by Ramey and Associates, with Ron here as the project manager in 2021. We have been going on this. We decided this is a bicycle path. You saw a bicycle in the earlier thing, but anyway, we've been going along this road for several years, and we are now in the process, in the part of the process where we have developed these draft policies that we will be talking about tonight, and are also beginning to move into talking about land use alternatives, which we'll be talking with you about when that time comes. The final piece of this process will be to refine the project, the plan itself, and then to have it adopted. We're working towards that happening around the end of 2025.
Thank you, Christina. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ron Whitmore. I'm a principal with Ramey & Associates. I believe you've met my colleague, Eric Yurkovich, who's been leading the climate action planning process. We work closely together at Ramey & Associates. It's good to meet you in person, finally, and very much appreciate your service as volunteers to the city in your role with the CAC. While we're still on this slide, I just want to note that the frameworks in this grand process scheme really are that step 4, which are an interim step that we use to get on paper and vet the goal policy structure that we anticipate being the foundation for the general plan. So they're purposely focused on the goals and policies as a way to check in with folks like yourselves, other committees, commissions, boards, to see if we're on the right track and get feedback. We then take that feedback and use it to, among other things, inform then the first draft of the general plan. So what you have before you in the policy frameworks is not an initial draft general plan. It's an attempt at getting on paper what we understand to be the key goals to reflect community input, as well as key findings from all the analysis we've done in the process so far. And for each of those goals, identify key policies. And then as appropriate and as ideas come up, identify actions as well. But this is not an initial draft of the general plan. It's a working document to begin fleshing out goals and policies. More along those lines, just to be clear, and because some people have asked about, well, how do objectives play in this? How do metrics play in this? So we're pretty clear about what we mean by these terms. In the policy frameworks, goals are really a description of the preferred future. You can think of it as a piece of a vision statement. So they describe a future outcome or state. And then policies are designed to then provide the clear direction or intent to inform future decision making to help achieve those goals. And then actions in turn are then a variety of different types of steps, concrete steps needed to be taken to achieve the policies and ultimately the goals. A tremendous amount of effort has gone into getting to this point, starting with the initial existing conditions work that was done back in 2021. Around that same time, a tremendous amount of public input was solicited through surveys, workshops, pop-ups, sub-area meetings. All of that was then brought together by the General Plan Advisory Committee, the GPAC, to establish pillars, guiding principles, and a vision statement, which was affirmed by the City Council. We then took all of that and had a series of strategy meetings in 2022 that involved city staff, the GPAC, members of the consultant team, all of whom brought their grounded experience as well as best practices from elsewhere to begin identifying what are those core elements that need to be included in the general plan. Those then were drafted initially by the consultants in initial administrative drafts of the policy frameworks, which were then reviewed extensively by city staff. So what you see before you now are the result of all of that effort and have been reviewed at all those levels. But we thought it was really critical at this point that we bring these to the folks who deal with these issues on a regular basis through their technical grounded experience through these committees, commissions, and boards to see if these are in alignment with their understanding of what needs to be done to achieve goals related to their areas of expertise. As Christina mentioned, there are many of these. There's 13 currently released, a 14th on land use is coming. We do not anticipate that these are necessarily how the general plan will be organized. We stuck with these topics because they align well with the expertise of the diverse set of consultants that we have on our team, as well as the expertise of city staff. There are many problems with taking this approach. One is we understand that there's very little in how the city operates on a day-to-day basis or on how the people experience their lives in the city that fit well into any of these silos. And so there's a lot of interconnection and overlap amongst them. We completely recognize that. We took an initial high-level attempt at the front end of the frameworks and the introductory text to show where some of the themes that cut across many of them, where they show up in each of the frameworks, which is why for tonight's presentation we also added a few slides, I think, since maybe you were sent it with a agenda packet that just notes a few examples of where climate shows up elsewhere in other policy frameworks besides the 3 that are going to be on your agenda this month and next month. So we'll talk a bit about that. But important to know, because we're hearing from people is like, well, I expected to find issue X in this particular policy framework. I don't see it there. Why isn't it there? And sometimes just a matter of a choice was made. Sometimes because there were two equally well-reasoned places you could put it, we just made a choice to park something here. Like urban forestry is a good example. Could have been any number of places in a variety of frameworks. We decided let's consolidate all the urban forestry goals and policies into the parks framework. But it could have just as well been in the natural environment framework or other places. Again, just to reemphasize the point that the general plan will be very different than these policy frameworks. A typical general plan will have a very public-facing, concise, short, visual, compelling summary of what the general plan will achieve at the front end, followed then by the more specific technical elements or chapters of the GP that'll include the detailed goals, policies, and actions. But all you're getting at this point is that more technical piece without the context setting, without the clear sense of connections amongst and across different themes and topics within the frameworks. So we appreciate your patience with this interim step, understanding that it's sometimes a bit difficult to find all the topics and subtopics you may be interested in. Climate, for instance, I anticipate will be like a major thread of the general plan, and we'll explicitly in the final general plan show how it's all the goals and policies that relate specifically both to achieving carbon neutrality as well as helping make the city a resilient city against future climate impacts. The example I have on the screen here from South San Francisco is one way in which that can be done, and we may very well take the same approach in Petaluma, where it's a website where you can really access the general plan either by chapter and element or by topic. That's one advantage of a web-based forum is you can kind of approach things in 2 or 3 dimensions and get at things depending on the question you have or the perspective that you want to bring to understanding the general plan. You can also use it to provide access for different types of users. So you can create portals into a general plan on a website like that specifically for community members who ask themselves, well, if I care really a lot about this issue, how can I best understand how to advocate for the implementation of certain policies in the GP, or how can I better understand my role as a community member in helping support implementation of the general plan? Likewise, we'll often create very specific guides for staff who are in the position of having to review development permits and make it very easy for them to find the land use policies that relate to a specific type of application. So that's one thing that a more dynamic web-based approach to a GP allows, and we're certainly on the track to create the Petaluma GP as a digital plan or e-plan. Another thing we've been asked a lot about is why don't I see concrete objectives or metrics or indicators in the policy frameworks? Those are certainly going to be in the draft general plan, and we've begun to generate some potential candidates, but decided that because we know the goals and policies are continue to evolve, that we thought the time was better spent identifying those specific performance indicators later once we're clear about what that complete set of goals and policies will be, so that they match each other really well. So those are coming, but we just haven't yet articulated all of those. Likewise, there'll also be another element to implementation focused on just tracking the actual progress the city and the community makes towards achieving policies and implementing actions. You are an integral part of this phase in the process. We're getting fantastic feedback from all of the commissions, committees, and boards that we've been visiting. It makes a huge difference to hear from people that are dealing with these issues on a regular basis, in part because they understand, have a foot both in city and in community. So you're hearing from folks, your neighbors, community members, business owners about these issues, but also have a sense for how the city operates and approaches these things. So it's a really unique, very helpful perspective for us to hear from. So thank you for the time you've probably already taken reviewing some of the policy frameworks. And thank you in advance for completing these review forms. We are very much interested in your perception of what the highest priorities are and in particular, what questions, concerns, suggestions you have for how to improve or clarify any goals or policies, or if there's certainly anything missing, we'd certainly like to know that as well. And I think the city's asking for these forms to be completed and turned in by June 7th. So I saw that one committee member who's not able to be here tonight has already submitted those. That's great, and hope that the rest of you will do that as well. You also, depending on your interest, can attend any other number of meetings. We're now at, wow, we already made it to May 9th. Fantastic. There's another meeting next week with a combination tree advisory and parks meeting where we're talking again about the natural environment framework as well as the parks and public facilities frameworks. And then art, I think actually has been rescheduled now to May 30th. Yeah, sorry for not updating that slide. We had a scheduling conflict, so we were able to move it a week later. Planning Commission is also looking at all of the frameworks over a series of meetings, as is the GPAC and their working groups. And then we'll be back with you again in a month to talk specifically about the flood resilience framework. And we're very lucky to have Sebastian Birch, who's a resident here in Petaluma and works for Sherwood Engineering here in the city, who's been one of our leads on developing that flood resilience framework. You can also access and learn more about each of the frameworks online. And perhaps most importantly, there's a form, a portal on the website where you can provide comments specific to any of the many goals or policies in any of the frameworks, or more general comment about each of the frameworks. So if you have other interests besides climate, which I'm sure many of you do, and want to take a look at some of the other frameworks and have a few ideas or suggestions, please, we welcome you to use the online portal. And then last but not least, we're looking forward to seeing all of you again this Saturday. Please bring your neighbors and friends to the General Plan Fest at the fairgrounds. I'm only going for the sheep, but if you want to see the sheep, you need to be there by 9 o'clock, 10 at the latest. Otherwise, you won't get your autograph from any of the sheep. But you will get tacos if you come later, so there's another reason to come. But most importantly, that we'll have all of our team there, both on the city side and this team of consultants who've been working on all these for months there to answer questions, explain things, and most importantly, continue to gather feedback from people. So we do please encourage you all to come, and please do spread the word and invite others you know to join us as well. Tonight is an interesting set of presentations. We have members of our team here both to introduce you to the transportation and natural environment frameworks, highlighting and emphasizing primarily those that relate to the climate emergency. And then, as I noted earlier, we also took the time to add a few additional slides just to give you some examples of the way in which climate change is addressed in other policy frameworks. But we really look forward to the end of the presentation, hearing your questions and comments on these and other frameworks. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Bond from Fair and Peers, and then on Zoom we have Adela from Rincon Consultants who will do the natural environment overview. Kelly?
And I just had couple quick questions before we get into transportation. And hopefully the guidance on what feedback was clear to everyone, and so that's submitting the written form, and then we're looking for a ranking of the policies as well as questions and clarifications on the policies. I know in listening to some of the other meeting, there was a lot of discussion on the actions, which is less relevant at this stage in the feedback than the policies, just so that's clear. And then my question was the elements, the actual elements of the general plan, are those intended to come back before the CCBs, or is it really the frameworks?
No, that's a great question. Christina, correct me if I misspeak, but our assumption is once there's a public draft general plan, we'll go through a process very similar to this and come back to each of the, we call them CCBs, the committees, commissions, boards, for similar review, introduction, and feedback.
Yes, so this is not your only chance to give feedback, and the whole document will come back again.
Great. And then I had one last question. It's maybe a broader question, but in the the makeup of this body is sort of climate mitigation as well as adaptation. And then in the focus on the blueprint for climate neutrality around mitigation, the adaptation work is sort of outside of this body's review. And so for next CAC meeting, we'll be reviewing the flood resilience plan. I didn't see something like the safety plan being reviewed, the safety framework being reviewed. And so my question is, where would some of the other adaptation topics live within the frameworks? Things like wildfire resilience, wildfire smoke mitigation. I'm assuming those are in the safety framework, and I'm curious if there is adaptation crossover discussion as well.
That's an excellent question. Yes, you're correct in that if you were to ask the question, where is climate adaptation in the policy frameworks, primarily in the flood resilience and safety frameworks. But that's a good suggestion. We'll take back to the team is consider adding safety to the June 13th meeting.
Yes, thank you. Climate is one of those topics that could be either a particular element in the general plan. Some cities do that, or they have policies that are spread throughout the general plan. So like Ron was saying, it's difficult to get all of the topics to be all together in the general plan because they tie together so much. So once we have a final online plan, you would be able to see it more clearly together, but we can certainly bring safety next time. And we're also working on some evacuation policies, which are a more recent requirement.
Ron, could I just suggest maybe going to the slide that shows all the different CCBs and their schedules? Yeah, there we go. So in the event that, you see an element on here that you think, and I think that's great feedback to receive, like where does adaptation show up in all these different frameworks? Sorry, I misspoke. But if you see another framework discussion happening, as long as we don't have a quorum of Climate Action Commission members, you're welcome to go to these other CCB meetings and provide comments there as well. You don't have to feel like this is your only chance to participate in the discussion on a specific framework here at this meeting. So just want to put that out there as well.
Thank you, Patrick. Excellent point. And then I'll also highlight that both the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission will be reviewing all of the frameworks.
Okay, understood. I didn't see safety in the Planning Commission list, but and if everyone's clear, I signed us up for a little bit of extra homework for next meeting. So anyways, please continue.
Thanks, everyone. Kelly Bond, Senior Planner with Fair and Peers. Thank you for having me here today. I am a local Petaluma resident. I've been in the city for about 5.5 years. And actually, the first Friday ride went right outside my house. We saw all of you, and it was a good reminder that we should have been on the ride. It was a good group. I appreciate seeing that. We can go to the next slide, Ron. So I'm going to walk us through some of the transportation components of that framework, and starting with existing conditions. So as you all know, especially as the Climate Action Commission, Petaluma is an auto-oriented community, and we really need to focus on expanding biking, walking, and transit use to meet our climate goals. So just some current conditions in Petaluma: about 73% of residents currently drive to work alone, but there's a large opportunity to shift modes from driving to other modes. So currently about 1/3 of trips are less than 2 miles. So that's a really large opportunity area to encourage people to bike or walk. And so we also want to acknowledge the barriers and current gaps about crosstown travel, especially non-automobile travel, that present challenges for people that would like to walk or bike across town. And we'll talk about some of those specifics in a minute. And then lastly, just to touch on the amount of workers that are coming and going from the city every day. In 2018, over 22,000 workers traveled to Petaluma each day, and about 19,000 community jobs that were outside of the city, so leaving the city. So just acknowledging that number of people that are coming and going. This slide shows a map of the transit network And I'm sure you all are familiar with some or all of these providers that are listed here on the slide, including SMART, Petaluma Transit, Sonoma County Transit, Golden Gate Transit, and other paratransit services. So you can see where all of those service providers connect and some potential opportunities to expand reach of those networks, in addition to increasing frequency of buses coming and trains. Okay, great, thank you. And so this is the draft bike ped network map from the active transportation plan that is being developed. So you can see existing infrastructure for bikes and peds as solid lines in various colors based on the classification, and then the dotted lines are proposed. And so as I previously mentioned, acknowledging barriers that currently exist across the city. So the three big ones are the Petaluma River, the highway, and the SMART railroad tracks. So those are some things that the city is currently looking at, crossings, and things that we can continue to look at to figure out how to make those barriers less of an issue for people who would like to walk or bike across town. And, oh, sorry, Ron, I was going to say one more thing. That's all good. And also just to acknowledge the high vehicle speeds and volumes that are on current roads that do connect across. So the roads that do connect are a bit challenging for bikes and peds. So making additional or refining those crosstown connectors even more important. Okay, now you can go to the next slide. Thanks. Okay, so these are we have vision and pillars that are listed out here that were developed by GPAC and adopted by council. So just familiarizing you with where these came from. So for our vision, I'll just read out the three key components there. We are prosperous. We relish our spirited, distinctive neighborhoods where we live, work, and play. And we are forward-thinking leaders. And then for our pillars, climate action, resilience, and sustainability, equity, justice, and demographic changes. So I won't go into those more than that, but just as a high level, that's what we're focusing on. And then here are a list of some guiding principles. These were pulled out specific to transportation and fit to the Climate Commission. So these are not, you'll see the numbers are all, they're not sequential. So we pulled out just the most relevant ones. Just call out some key points from each of them. So carbon neutrality by 2030 to foster a sustainable and resilient community, promoting social and economic justice, integrating and connecting the east and west sides of the city, creating affordable, accessible, age-friendly place to live, enhancing our downtown, our historic downtown, prioritizing cycling, walking, transit, supporting infill, and being a leader in this space. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so these are the 6 transportation goals that are in the framework, and we will go into the policies that are within each goal. And then as Ben mentioned, there are also actions within each of those policies, but we'll try to focus more on the policies themselves tonight. Go to the next slide. So the first goal is Petaluma's transportation network reimagined. So there are three policies to highlight from that goal. Developing reliable and connected transportation network. That's a big one. Developing green street standards. So thinking about trees, bioswales, all that stuff that is very much within your wheelhouse here. And leveraging opportunities along the river. So thinking about transportation access along the river, whether that's a walking path along the river or biking path, or just opportunities to get into the river itself, to kayak or whatever you'd like. Okay, so goal 2, enable low carbon travel, fulfilling the blueprint that you all are supporting the development of, and using a climate-focused development review. Go to the next slide. Goal 3 is equitable access for all. And you'll see some of the policies do overlap with one another in other goals as well. So there are 5 that we pulled out here: adopting an inclusive mobility framework, multimodal connections, making sure that those are seamless and easy to use, again, connecting East and West Petaluma. That's a big one that's connected to several goals. And creating a low-stress walking and biking network. We also saw a version of that in a prior goal. And lastly, investing in transit, very important. Okay, goal 4 is safe and healthy mobility. Again, 5 policies here. First one is the safe systems approach, making sure we apply that, which does relate to the city's Vision Zero work too. Policy 2, prioritizing safety on roadways for vulnerable road users. So thinking about people that are walking, are rolling, are in bikes, something that's not a car or in a bus or a train, but those more vulnerable road users. Prioritizing intermodal network connections, multimodal evacuation routes, and traffic enforcement, impartial traffic enforcement, supporting that. So second to last one, goal 5 is integrated land use and transportation planning. So 5 policies here to highlight. Integrate development and transportation policies is the first one. Second, aligning land use and building codes with modal priorities. So thinking about our land use and can we do more infill and making things a little bit more dense to encourage people to walk and have that ability to do that. Number 3, encouraging low carbon travel through transportation demand management, which is a hot topic. Aligning parking policies with our climate goals. And then lastly, supporting local freight. And our final goal, number 6, is timely and efficient implementation. So it's great to plan all this stuff, but we need to do it in an efficient way and timely way. So 5 policies here. Ensuring that mobility priorities are implemented, using data-driven planning for mobility, engaging residents in the transportation planning process, delivering projects efficiently, and considering creative funding strategies. There's a lot of dollars on the table from state, federal, et cetera. So how can we be creative as a community to make these things happen? And with that, I will pass it back to Ron.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And then with us online tonight is Della Acosta from Rincon Consultants, who will provide a similar overview of the natural environment framework. And then it'll come back to me, and I'll just share some highlights of the ways in which climate is highlighted in other frameworks, and then we'll get to Q&A and discussion. Della?
Yeah, thank you, Ron. I'm Della Acosta. I'm a supervising planner with Rincon Consultants. And let me know if I should turn on my camera. I'm not sure if you would be able to see me anyway.
That would be great, Della. Thanks so much.
You can see me, okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so I will be taking you through the natural environment policy framework, which is pretty intertwined with climate action and resilience. This framework really works on integrating the city and community's goals for biodiversity, sustainability, and cultural preservation into all the different aspects of Petaluma's future. So a few insights on where we are today. Petaluma has a very strong commitment to preserving open space and managing natural resources and habitat. And the river is a very significant aspect of this. The Petaluma River functions as a sort of spine of the city and has a really critical role in the ecosystems and culture of Petaluma, although it does require some ongoing enhancement and preservation. So we're really looking at the river in the natural resources framework, natural environment framework, from the enhancement and natural resources perspective. As Ron mentioned at the beginning, there's another framework that will dig deeper into flood resilience that you'll hear more about next month. There's also a very, too fast. Thank you. There's also a very rich biodiversity in the area. There's a lot of special status species with habitat that's in or near Petaluma, has been sited in or near Petaluma, and the urban growth boundaries are also a part of this, allowing the preservation of that boundary between the natural and the working lands area and the urban development. Thank you. A little more detail about the biodiversity in Petaluma, although I'm sure all of you are pretty familiar with this. There's several types of habitat in the area, with the wetlands in particular having a lot of sensitive considerations and legal requirements and benefits. Although most of them are outside the city limits, obviously the city actions affect them. And there's also many wildlife corridors in the area that are mapped through both local efforts and are connected to the larger regional corridors. And as I mentioned before, there are special status plant and animal species that are historically located in the area. The California red-legged frog and the California tiger salamander are often notable in the area and have critical habitat in Petaluma that's protected by federal and state regulations. There's also several conservation easements in and around the city, and these are somewhat fragmented at the moment, but they do still help preserve the vistas and the important habitats and wildlife movement. And this is just kind of showing the breadth of those easements. Similar to with transportation, the frameworks were developed in line with the vision and guiding principles that were listed here, striving for Petaluma to be a vibrant river town that's deeply connected to its cultural and natural roots, committed to protecting and restoring landscapes and habitats, and being innovative and forward-thinking with policy and actions. The goals of the Natural Environment Framework are focused on integrating nature with community life and daily decision-making, managing water resources, increasing the level of green infrastructure across the city, and embracing the Native American heritage of Petaluma. Pretty much all of these have some level of connection to climate action and resilience through various ways: carbon sequestration, sustainable development practices, utilizing open space and natural areas effectively. And each goal under the framework is similarly supported by policies to actualize the vision. So we have the first goal is a community integrated with nature. This is really intended to be kind of an overarching foundational goal to root the natural environment policies in the environmental stewardship of Petaluma. The second goal is a healthy, protected, and productive natural lands to create networks of habitats and open spaces to allow for that movement of wildlife and recreational value and sequestration, preserve open space, and maintain the natural lands in the area. Third goal is water resource management. This is really focused on preventing pollution, so minimizing erosion and runoff, protecting the rivers and creeks, and managing development, discharge, and then promoting the sustainable development practices. And then the fourth is green infrastructure, which goes a little bit deeper into how to have resilient and sustainable infrastructure practices and building. And the final one is Native American heritage. This one is really focused on partnership, leveraging the local tribal knowledge and building a partnership with the local tribes to celebrate that heritage and to bring them into the conservation actions that the city is undertaking.
Thank you, Della. I'm just going to present a few more slides and then we can turn to questions and discussion. Again, just want to reemphasize the point that climate action and climate adaptation show up in many other frameworks. And so this is not a complete list, but it is a sampling. There, at the front end, I think it's on page 7 of most of the frameworks, there's a initial attempt at noting where some of the known high priority community topics are addressed across different frameworks. So this is an excerpt from that, the one that's specific to climate change. And so you can see just in the synopsis here that GHG reduction shows up in multiple frameworks, as does green building, low impacted development, adaptation, as was noted earlier, and then also even in the economic development framework, we speak to just transition. And I'm going to just touch on a few of those. So for example, in the Parks and Rec framework, it has a parks, open space, and facilities goal focused on how they advance sustainability. And a big part of that is ensuring that the city's parks and parks facilities are moving towards the goal of achieving carbon neutrality. And then likewise in the public facilities, and infrastructure and utilities frameworks, it was interesting, Della touched on water. I think water shows up in at least 3 different policy frameworks: the utilities framework, the natural environment framework, and also there's at least one other, but safety for sure from a flooding perspective. So in this case, the infrastructure and utilities framework focuses on the role that the public water systems play in producing greenhouse gas emissions, and how through water conservation we can reduce those. Likewise, we know that all buildings have a different sized carbon footprint, and so the city has a specific role to play through the management of its own facilities at reducing that. Safety framework was mentioned earlier, and so yes, it does have an entire goal area focused specifically on climate resilience, in addition to different goal areas focused on different hazards that are exacerbated by climate, including wildfire, for instance, but does have a separate goal focusing specifically on the city's role in advancing climate resilience. So this is an example here of the role of partnership that the city has to play, knowing that it's not a sole actor in this sphere and needs to partner closely with state, federal, and community-based organizations to advance climate resilience. And then 2 more. And then environmental justice also speaks to climate adaptation in this case, noting the need for resilience hubs, particularly when you think about the need for equitable access for places for people to go in the case of hazard emergencies. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, the economic development framework, as part of its strong economy goal, includes a policy specific to the just transition. That concludes our presentation for this evening. We look forward to your questions and comments.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think what we'll do is we'll do just a first round of questions, clarifications before we get comments. And after the questions, I'd like to invite any members of the public to speak. I know at the last meeting, the public commenters got to speak at the very end. And so I think this time let's get a round of clarifying questions in first before we launch into our comments. So with that, does anyone have any questions related to the presentation? Okay, please.
Thank you for those presentations, and thanks for coming tonight. And one question I have is, and I might have just lost track of it, is when the cornerstone actions are for the climate action blueprint are finished, because I feel like they relate to these pillars and policies. And so it's just kind of, I wanted to cross-reference it, and then I was like, where are they? I don't know. So that's a question. When does that come back?
You're going to be clear on the timeline that I am.
So the revised cornerstone actions went to council recently, on the 28th.
2 weeks ago?
Ish.
1 week ago?
Yes, there was a very long session in which council discussed the blueprint. So now the process is for us to go through and do a comprehensive revision and then come out with another draft plan. Yeah. I don't have a deadline for that, but you have a fairly good idea of what they are from that document and from what you've seen before.
A lot in the process. Okay. And then I guess my other question is a little bit related to what Ben was sharing about the adaptation measures. You know, I think we've commented at various times that disconnecting the mitigation and the adaptation, you know, taking it out of the climate action plan, I can understand it probably made sense from a financial perspective, you know, in terms of preparing the plans. But I do feel like if people are looking for adaptive measures, they may go first to the climate action plan and be a little frustrated that they're not there. So what my suggestion is that that the general plan summarize all the key adaptation measures, and that list of that summary comes into the climate action plan as an appendice or some kind of list, so that it's cross-referenced between the blueprint and the general plan.
Yes, yes. We're trying to figure out what the best format is for that, but we can certainly do something like that.
Cool. I think that's all the questions I have.
Can I preemptively add a bit to that line of questioning?
Sure.
I know a lot of people are wondering how the blueprint and general plan will come into very close alignment. So I just thought it'd be helpful to speak to that specifically. We've been doing the best we can as we go, but as you know, they've been moving at different paces, and sometimes very difficult, therefore, to keep them aligned. For instance, the public draft blueprint came out, was it late fall? October, right? And we had written most of the frameworks like earlier in the year, but then got city review on the frameworks early this year. So we were like in this leapfrog situation where we weren't always in a position even to make sure that the blueprint as it was evolving was always consistent with the frameworks as they're evolving. Yeah. But we have absolutely every intention of ensuring that they are perfectly consistent. One advantage of part of the reason we accelerated the blueprint, because it is an emergency and we wanted to get the plan done as quickly as possible, so the city had that clear guidance for how to move forward. But it's also an advantage for the general plan, because once council adopts that, we'll then know, okay, clearly the city has made its statement for what its climate action policies are. Mm-hmm. We then can just explicitly ensure that they are reflected in the general plan in all the places appropriate. Mm-hmm. So it's a nice thing to have from our perspective. Yeah. Then you have a 20-30 year plan that reflects the priorities established in that blueprint. Granted, it's a different time frame, and so everything won't be an exact one-to-one correspondence because the GP is at 2 to 3 times that time frame. But certainly, in the spirit of goals and policies, they should absolutely be consistent. So,
thank you,
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, as usual, I have a bunch of combination questions and comments. They're sort of mixed up a little bit. Sometimes the comments can be phrased in a form of a question. Sometimes the questions are real comments. So I'll try to just go over the questions now as best I can. So first on the natural environment, let's go through that one first. So a few things. Now, one of the things we've heard about from what you mentioned earlier, we have some maps and some ideas about wildlife corridors, but we have Susan Kirks keeps mentioning more things about the wildlife corridors that she's aware that's very different from what we've seen in the past from you. And I was hoping if we actually, and we actually did today, get some data on the species that were from Paula Lane that have existed there, at least a survey of that. But where are we with actual wildlife corridors from the organizations here in town, of the actual mapping, not just, oh, there's a general map here, but actual corridors, under which freeway, under which culverts are being used by what species. So do we have details on wildlife corridors better than what we've seen? Because it's pretty much not adequate at the moment.
So we've welcomed all of the community members to provide us with the maps and have yet to see them, but we would welcome any kind of input like that. That would be fantastic. Della, do you have anything else that you want to add on wildlife corridors?
I think I would second what you said, Christina. I do have a PDF version of the map, but if there's anything that's more zoomed into the local level or GIS based so that we can map those more clearly, that would be fantastic. But we do have a PDF of the local of the map that Susan Kirks provided that we are referencing and using.
Yeah, because what we're missing is we have all these things for the bicycles and pedestrians, but it's even worse for wildlife. So where does wildlife cross also our town, and where that happens, so that if the Rainier structure could be done differently or the culverts could be done differently to help movements and the like, that's not even really in here at all anywhere. We have lots of human movement being looked at, but in our city there's also lots of other wildlife that's moving through. So it's I would just, the comment would be, we need to do a better job of wildlife corridors, more specifically, routes. If we can gather that.
Could I just add one other thing? So we've tried explicitly in both the natural environment and the parks frameworks to be clear about that idea, because we heard that very clearly from community and the GPAC, is that we want to start first with that natural foundation and understand what that system of interconnected, or sometimes not as well as interconnected as we prefer, habitats and ecosystems are that ecological base for the city. And so it's articulated, I think, in parts of goals 1 and 2 in the natural environment framework. Correct me if I'm wrong, Della. But also the parks framework starts early with a similar concept, recognizing that the routes that humans play will often correspond with those that other species use for habitat and or travel corridors. And we want to be as clear as we can be about what those are so that they can be thought about together in ways that support the travel of all species, basically, but also at the same time preserving and enabling to flourish those habitats that are within the city. So that's our intent with both those frameworks. If we're not articulating that well enough yet, that's very useful feedback.
Yeah, because one of the problems we're facing, like when I was talking about some of the land use and the Corona Reach areas and Petaluma Boulevard up there, Susan Perks came back and said, well, we don't know, we're not really being knowledgeable about the wildlife corridors in that area. And so we just need to have better definitions of that, especially if we're talking about land use around the edges. Moving on to...
Before you move on, I guess I had a higher level question that spurred that is... I understand the existing conditions reports have been somewhat completed and adopted. And so is it possible to amend those in the way that's being discussed here? Or is that, or is it more that the policies can encourage better recognition of future existing conditions?
So the existing condition reports are completed and were then amended given feedback. But if there's new information, that doesn't mean that we can't incorporate it into the draft. So that's the stage that we're at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So again, encouragement to get the maps and data in that we're seeking. Let's see, what was, there's a little bit in here, again, for the natural environment. Is in this area, are we going to be talking a little bit more? I know there's a little bit mentioned about the river enhancement plan, but we have a river trail system, we have a Bay Ridge trail system, and even a Bay Area thing, and also a river transit for folks to use kayaks and small vessels. So all of these transit systems, which are sort of going through natural environment and some artificial environment, is that going to be located here in natural environment, or is that going to be in parks, or is that going to be in transport? So because that information seems to be scattered rather than brought together as to how we overall plan for these types of movements.
That's an excellent question. Right now, elements of that live in the parks framework, the natural environment framework, and the transportation framework at a minimum. We decided to keep them that way for the time being because each of those technical perspectives have a unique view on these. But excellent feedback. I can definitely see whether it's either within a single chapter or element of the GP or as one of those cross-cutting themes we highlight specifically in the general plan itself, all those interconnected travel ways. Yeah.
Right, because that's a little bit missing. You missed that. And so far, from what I've seen, that's scattered rather than a cohesive vision being created, and it sort of gets lost in the bits and pieces when they're scattered all over the place. So that's a critical thing. I think we need to be brought together in one section. Let's see. There's some mentions. One of the things that sort of is mentioned in here, but maybe cleared up, I think hopefully we get it a little better, is making the bikeways greener, especially if we have, if they're off-road or outside of the road systems. So the greening up or getting the bikeways on more greener pathways It's sort of mentioned here and there, but again, it's not. We have way signage and the things that are mentioned, but not as much, as well as the appropriate level of lighting. So I was wondering if that's going to be that sort of transportation, that sort of environment. It's like this again. We have so many things crossovers there, but we just make sure that we have somewhere in that's a little bit more cohesive. Again, with all the human pathways of transport, bringing that together more cohesively.
Councilmember,
Yeah.
or Vice Mayor, I apologize. Could I ask a clarifying question on the lighting? Are you meaning lighting for road users, like on a bike path, so that they have enough lighting to use, and it's like a pedestrian scale, versus not too much, so it's not disturbing the natural habitat?
Right. So for the Lynch Creek Trail, we have these very small solar lights that just do the pathway, so we can see where tires are going at night. Which I use the Lynch Creek Trail at night, and so those are really handy. In places, in some places it's not there, and I'm going, okay, where's when it's a little foggy, where's the path? So having appropriate lighting systems for the bike and pedestrians when they're not on the roads or near sidewalks that have normal lighting. So just so that more of inclusivity of greenways, there's wayfinding in this whole transport system, because that wasn't quite fully fleshed out in the transport, but it's part of the natural environment, and it's sort of a combination of scattered again.
Thank you. It could go in safety as well, so you can see
Safety
the
as well,
problem
yes.
that we're coming up
Yeah.
against.
So just we have to create a cohesive picture of all this. Then let's see, down to ENV 2-2. You make the statement that we have 147 square miles of Petaluma River watershed, which is really nice to see that number. What's not next to it is the actual city number of square miles for comparison, which I think was about 5 times 3, which is about 15 square miles approximately, which is 10% of the watershed. So we need to maybe get that included. And the reason I'm bringing it up is sort of like questioning how to, what we can do in the city to help also make what needed changes by the counties, both Sonoma and Marin, to modify our entire environment, not just our urban environment. So there's a little bit in here. Again, it's a little scattered as, okay, we'll be working with the agencies and things, but I think we need to, so I wasn't quite sure if that's going to be more here or more there.
I think that at this point, it's just important for us to have it somewhere, and then we can work on refining where it goes.
And also how we might be able to do that, and which agencies we might be working with and to do what. Because right now everybody's throwing up there, well, who's doing what? Nobody knows. And we're trying, I think what's coming together, the regional folks are coming together, but we need to support the regional efforts out there more.
Yeah, and I can tell you now there's elements of that in the safety, infrastructure, and natural environment frameworks.
Yeah, so the natural environment, because we have, if 90% of our natural environment is outside the boundaries of our city that impact us as well as we impact it, then we need to actually maybe have a section about the other 90% of our watershed discussed somewhere, and how that impacts the city and how we impact it, and how we can do a better job of coordinating with those larger agencies that are dealing with all that. Because in the many meetings I've gone to recently on climate change, especially regional meetings and information from state folks, adaptation is a large regional effort, not so much as a micro effort by a city. Adaptation is going to be more of a much larger scale, has to be done, not on a micro scale, whereas emissions can be done on a micro scale as well as major scales. Okay. Down in policy ENV 2.4, maintain natural lands. And you have in there, provide for continued stewardship, management, and maintenance of natural lands and open space throughout Petaluma. And I work with the Parks Department quite a bit on this topic and have lots of discussions. This area, fleshing that, really nice concept, but how and who, what, when, where, and why, basically, because that is the most difficult task right now is, yeah, this is a highfalutin idea, a lot of blue skying, words are in here, but the actual to get there, how is it even possible that we could do that with, because our staff is nowhere near I tried to discuss open space management of it, and city pretty much throws up its hands. So is there more, will we see more in the how, who, what, when, and where in these statements, at least in this statement, and then moving forward to the general plan transition? What will be done?
So in general, in the general plan, we are trying not to name so many names like specific community groups, for example, because those might not exist anymore. We're trying not to specify how many staff we're going to have, for example, in particular positions. We're trying to articulate what the work is to be done. And because this is a general plan, in many cases, there is additional work that's going to need to be done. So how do we do that? We might need to make another plan. We can certainly provide more information in the general plan, but it is, again, it's a general plan, and so it's not a work plan, it's a 20-year plan, and the implementation will be the work of 20 years. So we can't necessarily know at this point how all of this is going to be done.
Yeah, so as general policy, what's listed in here is nice principles and ideas, but on a practical basis, this is very blue sky, everything. And we need to maybe even at this point, sort of like at least have some pointers down as to, is there going to be a department? Is there going to be are we going to develop a department that's going to work with this? Or are we going to put it into the Parks and Rec, or are we going to put it in Public Works? Are we going to create, because this is going to take what you have here in the statement to do this, the nonprofits that are working very hard to do this and going and getting grants. I work with a lot of them. So leaning on them, we're just going to lean on the nonprofits to get most of this done is not going to work real well. Because right now, some of them are like the ones up in the hill that are working around the Paul Lane area on those hillsides, the West Hills, just fell apart. So that's not working. So leaning on the nonprofits versus leaning on staff to get this type of stuff done. So that's going to be a concern that I have looking at. So I don't know if we work on that at this stage, or we have to really make sure that that's included as we step forward and do that. But as general policy, this is what I love the policy. Don't get me wrong. It's just like just from where are we going? Direction a little bit. Let's see. Okay, and down here in action ENV 3.1.5, you have there the words manual for maintenance of riparian areas for property owners. Everything. So you're being pretty specific in this one. So I was wondering why you're being so specific there, but not elsewhere. But when you have a manual for maintenance of riparian areas for property owners, I know some of the regional agencies are kind of working on that. I know Sonoma Water works on that a little bit for their creeks and everything. But in the riparian areas we have basically are owned here in the city, either owned by the county or by the city as in general. But there is lots of property ownership by private owners right outside city boundaries. So are you referring to outside the city limits when you're talking about this manual? Or are you talking about inside the city? And is it the county, the city, or are you talking about private individuals on this one?
Della, do you want to respond to that? It's action 3.1.5.
Yeah, that would be all of the above. It is a manual that can be used by public or private property owners. It would be within the city limits applicable, although, it could be used as guidance for anyone in the county who wants to voluntarily use that.
Right. And also we need to get to the level of detail of how far up the creeks, because I was on one visit with up there on the east side where some of the creeks do cross into private land. And some of the folks were really working on basically just did a full clean out and took out all the underbrush entirely, left a few big trees for shade, but causing a potential erosion situation. So in this area and trying to find out, okay, who is going to be in charge of overseeing that, or who's going to regulate it? And the city folks, not me, county folks said, not me. And there's just about everybody said, oh, it's not me. and then we're asking us to do a manual of how to do it, and then who's going to come in and look at this? So there's a whole regulatory thing. Is, are we going to have a city staff person that's actually going to regulate this, or are we going to lean on other folks, U.S. Fish and Game? But Fish and Game says, oh, it's city limits, it's not us. So, anyway, I have some issues just about this type of detail. Who's going to write that manual? And
I had a question on that too. Does a manual exist, or there's no manual that exists on that? Okay, I mean, it seems like a pretty important thing. I circled this. I know from direct knowledge that some certain type of willows were planted that is now creating a silting situation in our stream. So we're crossing over a little bit with this policy into the flood policy, I do think, but the importance of a manual so that including city staff can also follow the manual is pretty important.
Yeah. Let's see. Then moving on to action item ENV 3.2.6. You're here again. All of a sudden you're getting specific and saying we're going to develop a river keepers program. So you're actually naming a future nonprofit program that's going to come in and do something for us on this. And there was a Petaluma Rivers Keepers program. I worked with David Yearsley on that. I was on the team with him on that for about 3 years. And we decided to move away from that because it turns out that's basically full of legal lawyers who are on the attack hunt. Most of the riverkeeper organizations are about litigation, finding problems, and then using the big stick of the court system to make changes. So that's when we switched from riverkeeper into and created the Friends of the Petaluma River. That's why we created Friends of the Petaluma River. So to be more of an advocacy group rather than a litigious group. So that's why I would question even having river keepers in there specified as what we need, because that's actually the Friends of the Petaluma River was created for that purpose on that. But if we just, anyway, I just was wondering where that came from.
Del, I assume that came from a best practice, like similar to Friends of the Park, but do you want to elaborate?
You're correct, Rod. That was a best practice, and I think that local context is very helpful. So thank you for that. We can adjust that.
Yeah, that's some history because I was part of it. Okay. Let's see. There is down here an ENV 3.3.2. And you said implement the city's stormwater management plan and then the current stormwater discharge permit. And I just came away from a short talk on road and roof chemicals and how that impacts. People want to study that now and look at that impact on the environment. So I think we are working on a stormwater management plan. So where are we with that right now? Do we know?
That's something that Public Works is working on, but we don't have a status update right now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much detail it's going to go into as far as just handling water. And I know they really want to end up collecting trash and things, but how to do that entirely. I know that's going to be much more detailed, and it's going to be a mixture of everything, moving water and preventing contamination of the environment at the same time. So I know that's going to cross over many things. So we need to just watch that particularly and get that included. How are we going to do that? Because we're building roads now with bioswales is what the recommendations is. So how much impact is that going to have in the stormwater management area? So that's just an area we need to flesh out better as what we're doing and how we're going to do that.
Vice Mayor, I believe our interim director of Public Works is virtual and able to address where we are with that stormwater management plan. Gina, do you want to take it over?
Sure. Sadly, I can't give you a date, but we are working on a one water plan, and so water, wastewater, recycled water plan, as well as our well, we have a few master plans in the works, and I think all of them will be wrapping up in the next year, in the next 12 months, probably in the following fiscal year, not this one. And that's about as good an answer as I can give you. I will say that we have been working to include and holding off a bit on parts of those master plans so that we can incorporate the land use alternatives piece of the general plan into our master plan so that they're coordinated in their long range forecasts and you know we're providing the exact context for those master plans and planning for the uses and the densities that we actually are going to be anticipating. So.
Yeah, because I know that we have this study going on with SFEI that's looking at E. coli as well as sediment in our whole storm water systems coming down. But we also need to look at like the trash and the like. So maybe Gina can answer this. But with my rain catchment system at the house, there's a lot of discussion about first flush. And you got to catch that and release it because the chemicals coming off the roof are toxic, basically. So maybe Gina can tell us, just so we know, will this management plan include like first flush contaminations and how we're going to try to mitigate against this first flush contaminations from roads and roofs?
I can't speak precisely to that level of specificity. I can tell you that it's certainly something that they'll be looking at, and how it's addressed in those plans, I can't say.
Okay, just something to look at there. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, then we have, because we even have down there in ENV 3.4.1, we talk about a stormwater guidebook, everything. So that's another document that we're going to be creating apparently. And then there is what's called low impact development right above that, the LID. So again, it's who's the monitoring. So as you can tell, as I'm going through this, I'm looking at, okay, there's lots of work that needs to get done. Lots of people time and money need to be put in. And so I get a little concerned on the volume of work that this is actually asking us to do. So that's why I'm saying this is really blue sky where we're going, and where I'm getting a little, folks are going to, and I think the public was going to look at this and go, oh, okay, what is it we're going to be doing? How much money we're going to be spending on this compared to other things? So that's just one of the concerns I come up with. Will we have the some sort of general dollar figures of how we'd put this all together, and then how to do it at all, and how that compares to other budgetary things? Because we're about to do a budget review right now, next week.
That's a great question. The simple answer is it'd probably be impossible to come up with an accurate estimate of the full cost of complete general plan implementation. And quite frankly, I'd argue that it's probably not appropriate for a general plan, because a general plan is designed to be general, provide high-level goals and policy direction, and it's also a 20 to 30 year plan. So not only does the value of dollar change over time, cost of things change over time, funding sources change over time, so it's probably an impossible task. I would argue it's also out of the spirit of the general plan. The general plan is designed to provide policy direction, but then on an annual or biennial basis, as the case may be, City Council's job is to decide what the priorities are and to reflect those accurately in a budget. Recognizing that, especially in a city like Petaluma that has such ambitious goals, if you look just at the actions of the blueprint for carbon neutrality and just the initial draft set of actions in this general plan, it is overwhelming. There's no way it could all happen at the same time. The general plan will do what it can to give a sense of prioritization and an appropriate time frame for implementation of different actions, but ultimately have to defer to the expertise of staff, who will be monitoring and taking advantage of opportunities, as well as guidance from council on a regular basis about what to focus on with limited resources.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add to that, it's a great question, and it's fortunate for us that we have 20 years to do the plan. We do a lot every year, so that can give us some hope.
We might get there, yes.
Of the pile of work that this represents. But I think what's really interesting about the general plan is that this is an opportunity for the community and the city leadership to express the vision and priorities that we're hearing now. And if you look then at the governance and implementation, framework, which relates to, all other frameworks, you'll see that we're also suggesting that the general plan be considered more directly as part of the budgeting process so that it's more explicitly referenced to allow City Council to consider whether or not the priorities articulated in the general plan should then be more directly expressed in the budget, which would then clearly allow for much more implementation of the general plan. So there are always going to be new priorities arising, but as this is an opportunity for us to really comprehensively ask the whole community what long-range priorities are, it then will set up the City Council to ideally prioritize these things in the budget. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think it's all great what this stuff is in here, and just being able to ask the public, what's your priority, this or that, and doing these things. Then just going over the last section here on Native American heritage. So you have the Federated Indians from Great and Rancheria listed in here, which is good. However, you're also because of I work with Petaluma Wetlands Alliance, we just had help from the Miwok, Coast Miwok Association, which is different than them, and who have maybe some different ideas. And so we found out that when Petaluma Wetlands Alliance is redoing all the environmental posters and kiosks at Ellis Creek right now. We're doing that, and one of them is going to be on the Indian heritage and like that. And we found it we were better to go to the Coast Miwok Association, is helping us out with that. Besides the Federated Great and Rancheria. However, so I just wanted to make sure we get those included in this. And that just some history here, when you have down here in 5.2.2, you say annual workshop. And maybe, I'm not sure about an annual workshop. I do know that just some history, STRAW, Students and Teachers Restoring a Watershed, have done several workshops in the summertime and had the various folks from Indian Heritage come in and have a lot of education about their ideas. Now, I've worked with Nick Tippon on a couple occasions, but there's other folks now doing this. But one of the things we have is they get real busy, and they have a very small staff working on actual heritage stuff. So this is a good goal, but just we may need more often than workshop, annual. And we need just maybe continuous conversations on a lot of different projects, and not just an annual workshop to do that. So that's a very specific thing. I'd like to make. Can we make that more general and bring that up to and be a little bit more inclusive? Because I know that there are some other tribes in the areas that may also want to have a say that don't have quite a full agreement 100% with the Great Rancheria.
I guess just to tag onto that point, I had a comment on that as well. I do know the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians has a large parcel owned right south of town. And so in addition to the Coast Miwok, I think we should include those sovereign nations as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. And there is a lot of discussion, especially in the forestry management. And I don't know if we want to bring this up as part of the policies, but in section ENV 5.1.3, you're talking about integrating Native American practices in ecosystem management. Will we be fleshing that out more? Because there's one of the things they're working on very hard now with up down the entire coast is fire management for vegetation for wildfire controls. And there's a whole philosophies, several groups all up and down our coast, north coast here, that are working on that. So that you may want to pull that out specifically. And then just managing our fisheries and the sediments. I know there's just a recent lawsuit about too much sediment being released from one of our dams. And do we want to flesh that out a little bit more about working in this area do we want to specify river systems, land systems, and vegetation systems and things? Do we want to do more than just ecosystem management as a general philosophy, or do we want to specify?
Della, do you have any comments on that?
We can get more specific on that. I will say that action was kept a little vague because a lot of that is an ongoing conversation with the tribes. and determining what is needed at any given moment, but we can certainly give examples and actions that are being done in the rest of the county as well.
Okay, that's natural environment.
Okay, thank
Do
you.
want me to, I just hold off on transport. They have taken them enough time. I think we need to move on to something else. I can come back to transport later.
Great. Okay. I think, is there any other quick questions before we go to general public comment on this? Okay, great. So if you would like to speak, please announce the podium, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Sherry Stern. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and input. And John, your comments were fabulous. I have a question, though. When you talk about wildlife corridors, can you please, are you talking about deer? Are you talking about coyote? What specific wildlife are we talking about here in Petaluma?
Okay, there's several ways. There's the aerial wildlife, which is with the birds and the insects that are flying. Then, of course, there's the micro ones. I mean, you got soil movements and things, which is more on the micro level. But you have vegetation, seed travel, which is mostly by air or whatever, or transport by animals. But the real corridors, I think what most people really think about is the smaller mammals that are moving. So it'd be your raccoons, possums, various smaller rats and mice and that like. So whenever we have smaller animals that are moving through our system, we have lots of skunks. When skunks are meeting, they're really moving through our city quite a bit. You see them cross the roads, a lot of roadkill with skunks when it's mating season. So that, your raccoons, you have deer. We've had actually bear and mountain lions come through our creeks. And so we know that there is some transport of these animals going across from the coast to the Mayakama Mountains and back again seasonally. A lot of folks aren't aware of that. And a lot of these animals are using our culverts and even roads at night. I've had deer I was amazed one day and I looked over and right next to me, just about 10 feet away, when I was working over at Washington and Sonoma Mountain, I look over in the garden with me was this deer with about a 10-point antler. It was huge. I says, wow, this is like the biggest deer antler system I'd seen ever. And it was only like 10 feet away from me. It was just standing staring at me. So okay. Yeah, we have lots of that charismatic wildlife for the corridors specifically that we're looking at, but corridors do actually include all the animals that move and even all the plants that might move, because we have some native plants that need to move their seed from here to there across a road. But we also have whole teams that are doing salamanders up there. So yeah, all that.
So I have 53 seconds left. So let me just add the whole manual of riparian. And I will talk to you about this later, but I live in HOA that's on the other side of Lynch Creek, and we own that side of Lynch Creek. And so we are overlooked as far as what the city will take care of. So I would, you're my councilman.
Yes, I'm well aware, and I'm working on that.
We'll talk about that later.
Yes.
But thank you all very, very much. Really appreciate your efforts.
Is there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Thank you.
Just real quick, Jack Rasmussen again. I live on the east side by Casa Grande High School. But I was just wondering, on all of these policies or descriptions that are in here, will they be able to be measured so that the desired outcomes can be evaluated?
Yeah. Would you like a response?
Yes, please.
Sure. Yeah, we touched on it really briefly earlier, but just to be clear, two different ways we plan on doing that. One is there'll be an action matrix in the implementation section of the general plan that will list every action, and then it's designed for staff and policymakers to use to keep track of progress made towards implementing specific actions. So that's part A. Part B would be something more along the lines of performance metrics, which would be higher level metrics. Sometimes people refer them, when used this way, as indicators, which would be things, a lot of them could very well be related to the blueprint for carbon neutrality. So one big one would be tracking actual GHG emissions. And so there'd be high level metrics like that that give you a sense of how well as a whole the city is achieving its goals. They serve different purposes. Those often sometimes people will misused because they confuse. There's no real correlation often in most cases between some of those indicators and specific things that are being done. So they're really designed more to be kind of give you a sense of overall progress, but to inform prioritization. But you just need to be careful how you use them to support decision making sometimes. But yes, at least those two different ways to track how well the city is doing, to both in a concrete way track implementation progress and a more general way move the needle on clearly identified goals.
Thank you. I guess after all of that, I do have a couple questions, and then we can go into, I guess, the priority of the policies as well as some more detailed commentary with the natural resources section. So my question, I guess, in reading some of the different existing conditions reports and then frameworks, I noticed that it talks about the lands managed by other agencies, the old Adobe, and then Helen Putnam, and then Tole Lake is mentioned in one place and not another place, and it is the largest park in our system and somewhat forgotten even as a local resources to us Petalumans. So I would just like to highlight that observation that sort of Tole could be elevated. In the same way, I don't see Lafferty mentioned in the natural resources section here or the existing conditions. I imagine it's within the 953 acres of city-owned open space, but I do think Lafferty deserves special recognition and possibly some policies related to specific Lafferty policies, I'll say, within the framework. So it's a bit of a question related to confirmation. Is Lafferty simply part of the 953 acres within the city, or is Lafferty in the park section that I haven't reviewed yet?
Yeah, I can answer that part of the question, and then if Della has anything to add, it's actually in the parks policy framework. It's specifically mentioned in Action 221. And also identified clearly in the guiding principles as well. So,
okay, I guess just to comment then that some kind of crossover into the natural systems for that.
Yeah, we struggled a lot with how to handle open space across the parks and natural environment frameworks.
And then I had one detailed question. This is related to Policy 2.3, and it talks about TDR, transfer of development rights. And the policy is to explore the continued use of TDR in infill development projects. And I guess I'll admit my novice of TDR policies, and if you could explain that, it would be interesting, especially as it relates to one of the actions and how that relates to flood resilience.
Della, do you mind taking the first stab at that from the natural environment perspective? I believe there's a couple other references to TDR and other frameworks, which I'll look for while you're explaining the one that's in the natural environment framework.
Yeah, I can. And in general, I will say that TDR programs do get they can get complex. And this is one of those that would be further fleshed out through a subsequent action after the general plan is adopted. But TDR programs are essentially working with a landowner to allow them to often build denser on one part of their parcel in exchange for preserving the other part of their parcel, or they can move densities between different parcels if they own different parcels. Christina, maybe you can, as far as the continued use, I believe we had conversations on success the city has had in the past with this.
Yeah, so one specific example of this is the green belt that is on the east side. So essentially those parcels, they were allowed to develop more densely in exchange for dedicating that urban separator land. So that's the most significant TDR that we've done before that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's also in the parks framework as a means to assemble land to create parks and open space. also in the historic resources framework as well, as a way to facilitate both infill development and while preserving historic resources. And then also in the flood resilience framework and land use. So it actually is mentioned as a potential tool to achieve a variety of goals in the frameworks.
Great. Yeah, thanks. I will just say, that 2.3 gets my vote for the creation of floodable recreation areas. I know many cities have had very successful floodable soccer fields, and so I know we're going to get to the flooding discussion at the next meeting, but the 2.3 is certainly of interest to me. Moving on, I guess, to other commission members, I think now is the time that we're going to go deeper into highlighting specific policies that are priorities or more detailed comments. So I'll start down at my right with Commission Member Atchley, if you have any commentary or priorities related to the natural environment framework.
The natural environment framework was much harder for me to prioritize than the transportation one. I did prioritize it, but I just feel like they are all so important and overlapping. So, 1.1 is obviously just like the umbrella, so I just put that first. Then I put the water resource management, which is, the 3 point. It's really hard for me to choose, but, like they're all kind of so related. So I just put 3.1 to 3.4, water resource, because I just think in the future, water is, and now even still, like water is going to be a really big threat, like having clean water to drink and, for our species to be thriving in, and of course, storm surges and droughts, everything like that. So I put water as second. And then healthy habitats, creating a network of healthy habitats would be, I put third, which is basically the second goal, which is like 2.1 to 2.4 policies. And then I put promote Native American heritage. I think partnering with the tribes, they've lived here for centuries, caring for our lands and living with no trace. And the shift ahead of us is going to need to be a very dramatic cultural paradigm shift. And, I think they have a lot to teach us because they've done it. And then utilize green infrastructure, but I think that's so important too. So it's really hard for me to prioritize this one, but that's how I would do it if I was forced to.
Nice. I struggled with this one a little bit. Like when I compared it to reading the transportation one, I felt like it wasn't as clear in conveying the existing conditions and things that we're trying to change. I didn't feel like the big vision or the big idea was communicated in a way that I could visualize, which as a landscape architect is not so good because I usually can visualize. So I felt like there wasn't like a clear, like, here's the big, let me back up a little bit. I think if there was a little more focus on the existing conditions, like what was this ecological environment? What did it do in this watershed? So it's a little more discussion on the major habitat types and how they've been affected, so that we can understand a little bit better how we should restore them, and, there's like a lot of pressure to plant trees everywhere on our natural spaces, and a lot of them are historically grasslands. Is that really the right thing to do? Maybe not. I'm not sure that enhances our biodiversity goals when we do that. So I feel like there needs to be more contextual information for people that's a little more informative, in this particular thing. And I think there needs to be a discussion of what was here, what's missing, what species are missing. Like elk should be here, what happens when elk's not here, things like that. I think people need to get a little better. It talks all around it without going there. So anyway, and I think because it doesn't do that, then it's not really clear, like, oh, it's the river, that we need to fix, the disconnected tributaries, or, oh, it's the floodplains that we need to fix because those have all been developed. And so our green infrastructure is going to essentially replace that natural function. You following me? Yeah. So I just felt like there was like more work on the big picture needed to emerge here that created a more compelling flow among the priorities. Because there's nothing wrong with the priorities. It's just not jumping out like, oh, this is how we do it enough to me. Let's see, go in here. Yeah, like, so goal number 1, community integrated with nature, has a really nice statement, and then I think adding a sentence like, we will do this by, these types of general measures, trying to be, more specific in that. That's a big goal, but it only has one policy statement. I think it needs more policy statements underneath it. Just kind of run through a couple other comments. Goal number 2, I think, could emphasize equitable access to open space. So prioritizing communities that don't have access to open space and making some kind of goal statement around half a mile to open space, and so therefore certain neighborhoods really need more of a natural open space element in there. And I think when we get to the general plan, having a neighborhood-based habitat plan showing corridors, remnant native areas, I don't know, where there's still nesting owls or whatever. I mean, I think those are the kinds of things that would be helpful for people to know when you're doing development decisions. I really liked the action 2.41, develop a plan for natural resource management, and that could also come into kind of a neighborhood-based discussion on neighborhood priorities for open space and connected parklands and corridors. And goal number 3, I think it'd be great to have a action that's about reducing paving. So having a citywide goal or some kind of goal around reducing paving, that then becomes plant cover, that it then becomes, restored soils that are doing all this great work for us. I think that needs to come in there because it does have such an impact on stormwater and water quality when you have so much paving. We have excessive paving.
Just to clarify, you really mean no paving, not just more pervious surfaces.
Both, yeah, but okay. I think, like when we have streets that are, 4 lanes and they really only need to be 2 lanes, I'd like to see some of that go into soil rather than just become all striped and stay hardscape, because the rubric is something like once a watershed has developed 10% paving, it completely changes the hydrological patterns, so the more we can get rid of paving.
Fun fact is that it's 22% paving in Petaluma. We measured.
Right. Okay. So what happens when we reduce that? What does it look like? I think that might be maybe, that's getting at articulating a
And I
goal.
think there is a similar policy to what you're talking about in the transportation framework about taking out the street and turning it into green, but
right.
It's hard to find all these things.
Right. Yeah. You have to kind of comb through everything. And then on 3.4.1 or 0.2, I think we need to incentivize street and parking lot retrofits, or particularly existing parking lot retrofits. So find some way to get them more tree cover and LID systems, because mostly we already have all our parking lots, right? And it's expensive to make them function better, but we need to do that work. So I don't know how you incentivize existing buildings in a general plan update to do that kind of work. Maybe you give them what?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It shouldn't be a barrier. Like, you shouldn't be able to go, you shouldn't have to spend a bunch of money to go change, if you have a parking lot that's never full, you should be able to plant some trees without having to spend a lot of money getting a permit and et cetera, et cetera. On the green infrastructure section, I think the green infrastructure could be defined better. It's not really clear. The term is used, but it's not really clear. And I feel like the infrastructure part isn't emphasized enough, like connected systems that provide a utility, so I don't really, personally don't think of rainwater harvesting as being a green infrastructure. It's a green building element, but I don't think of it as infrastructure, if that makes sense. So it's more like urban forest, connected stormwater systems, green corridors, green streets. Those to me are urban infrastructure, green infrastructure. Yeah, that's it on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Member Milligan?
Yeah, I struggled with this section as well. I thought that all of them were really good. And so I just ended up picking two that I felt were most important to me. And that was 2.3, preserve open space. I thought it was important to promote infill as opposed to expanding into open space. And the number 2 was to promote sustainable development practices. So promote low-impact development strategies with new construction to enhance the river quality. So those are the 2 that I had.
Okay, great. All right, 2.3, get another vote. So I like that. I guess this is maybe, I don't know if it's a policy that's missing, but, or a set of actions rather. I do know the state just came out with their nature-based solutions report last week, I think, and it had 81 actions, and it has all these actions for these different types of lands. And just as an example for developed lands, they talk about nature-based solutions, and they have statewide targets for all these things. It talks about afforestation, which we talk about, I think, in a different part of the policy frameworks. We talk about conservation, which we are definitely talking about here. We're talking about urban and community greening and forestry. And so that's mixing into some of these policies that could be added, and then reducing community wildfire risks. And so the way the state does it, which is, again, a little bit different than we're out doing it, is the wildfire reduction risk related to our natural lands. And so that might show up in the safety element. It probably does, all the wildfire stuff. I would like to consider at least mentioning wildfire risk within the natural lands framework. I do know the, I guess I was trying to find the linkage of how this will actually show up in the general plan element. And so it was helpful to find the phrase that the natural environment framework was developed to fulfill the regulatory requirements that apply to the open space and conservation elements. And so our conversation here with this particular policy framework is going to show up in conservation primarily, as well as open space. And so if we're talking about conservation and open space, then we should be talking about Lafferty, I think, and we should be talking about wildfire risks. I know there was a question, I guess, in the staff report, which none of us have really answered up to this point about, I think it was the question about trees or something like that, or it was like, hey, trees can go everywhere. Everyone loves trees, and we currently don't have them in this particular policy framework. And is that okay with everyone? I don't know if that's the succinct phrasing of the question to everyone, but
for
no
whatever
one
reason,
has complained
yes,
about that
no one
yet.
is.
So,
here we go.
Yeah. So I guess this is everyone's opportunity to, if you are concerned about the lack of the tree policies or within this framework, you could speak up about that. I don't think anyone has. So to some extent that question has been addressed, but I'll give everyone one final chance to at least address that question. Yes.
Oh, I get two now. Okay. Just for a little bit of background on that, trees is one of those things that it's difficult to know where to put all of the policies related to. We ended up putting them all in parks because we thought that people would want to find them. And so rather than scattering them all over like an Easter egg hunt, we put them in that basket. So it's an open question, and it just really reflects how we're working on organizing the general plan. So folks can comment on that if it's an issue or on any of the other topics we've mentioned.
I guess it makes a ton of sense to me. I guess thinking it's, to me, more important, like what element does it show up in? And so I don't know if there's an answer to that, because we have the parks framework, which is fine. We can talk about the parks framework, but then how does that contribute to the elements? And if it goes into the same element of open space or conservation, then I think we're all happy.
We can do it any number of ways, but I would typically default to whatever's going to best facilitate action, best facilitate implementation. And I think another reason behind putting it in parks for the time being is because I think the city is moving in the direction of having the parks department take the primary lead on managing the urban forests, particularly those parts of it on public land, city-owned land. But that being said, we can organize this in a way that best matches the community's goals and facilitates implementation. So,
will the parks framework show up in the land use, open space, conservation, or all three? Is that we consolidated it into parks, but then I'm concerned we'll just unconsolidate it again.
I don't know the answer to that question yet. Part of the reason we're so interested in getting all the feedback at this point, because it's very much going to inform how we think about organizing the ultimate general plan. But I again stress that I guess there's going to be a version of this that has to be a written PDF document, but we would expect that most people will access it in the future through the digital or e-plan, which would be a both and. You could basically have a very specific part of the plan be all things urban forest, but then also have it in more than one chapter or element or focus area in the general plan. So that's one advantage of that approach to crafting or organizing a GP digitally.
Yeah, so one example of why this matters is that we can arrange the general plan by topic, or we could arrange it by who at the city is going to do this thing. If I work in parks, which is my section, and that doesn't entirely mean that all of the topics that might theoretically be together would be together, because parks just sort of happen to do this. And at the moment, parks and public works both do land management in the city. So there's no clear, there's no objective reality in terms of what's right. We're just trying to make sure that it's rational and folks can figure out what they need to do.
Okay. Commission Member Ashley, you had a comment?
I just had a question, and if this is a diversion too much, just like we can shut it down. But is there a person that is at the Parks Department that's going to be managing this stuff, like tree planting, that is an expert in ecosystems? Is that a thing that we have?
So we haven't gotten that far yet, right? At the moment, they do that. Patrick also does a lot of park tree work.
I will say that, it's not the same, but we do have an arborist that's assisting us whenever we're talking about like when trees are looking diseased and whether that can be cured or it needs to be taken out. So I think that's the level that we're at right now. And, policy could be, is there, how do we accomplish the tasks of a urban forestry plan? Or is that in a department? Is it a division? So that's kind of the things that are going to be decided in the future. And whether ecosystem management's part of that kind of urban forestry division, department, whatever it is, that could be a comment here like, hey, city, figure this out.
It does, it does make sense that there would be somebody who's an expert in that in order to do it well.
I would just note on that question, policy P-6-3, which is in the parks element, is develop an urban forestry program.
Right.
So it assumes there isn't currently a robust enough program. So that's kind of where that idea lives in the policy frameworks.
Okay, I think we covered the tree question a little bit. I just have a couple final comments on the natural land section. I was trying to find a policy to somewhat tie our framework to the state framework, and the state has a lot of emphasis on nature-based solutions for sequestration of GHG.
Yeah.
That really hasn't shown up in this particular framework, which is okay. But if there were to be one policy that could elevate that a little bit, I would probably pick maybe 2.1, the network of healthy habitats. I think the title isn't as elegant, but the definition of facilitate the connection of open spaces, urban, blah, blah, blah. And then it talks about in the actions, the regional coordination. And so for the city to really meet our carbon neutrality goal, sequestration outside of city-owned properties via nature-based solutions is one of our best and most achievable objectives. And so if we could have that policy speak to this a little bit more, I think we'd be well furthered in that effort, and so that's maybe a commentary on rephrasing the policy title, or maybe a second policy related more towards partnership with regional groups around nature-based solutions for sequestration.
Just on a quick note, and then Christina has a quick note. That's one great example of how the blueprint for carbon neutrality will inform the general plan, because as you know, there's a significant section and emphasis in the blueprint on sequestration specifically. And so we'll take a lot of those ideas and incorporate them into the general plan where appropriate, and it's likely to end up in natural environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess there was a policy in the transportation framework possibly that specifically mentioned the blueprint, and this one didn't. And so I guess it doesn't need to, I guess, but because it didn't, then it made me highlight that there's a lack of that policy. So, great. Anyone have any other final questions before we move on to transportation?
I just wanted to add that thank you for pointing out the nature-based solutions report. We're covering a lot of ground in this plan, and so it's helpful to have, hey, this new thing is here. Can you refer to that? So thank you.
Great. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to go in too much detail of my prioritization. I'm supposed to do all that after everybody does theirs. But one thing I just want to support Director Baker's comments about holistic approach and looking at an entire vision of our natural landscape and our entire watershed. And that's what was missing from this entirely is what is that vision? That there is some things about the existing conditions, but when it comes down to what are we really going to achieve on the bigger scale? And that section needs to be beefed up front. because we need to do things about flood management. We need to do about capturing water. We need to do about tree. We want to create an urban forestry that has X number of cover on it as a goal, but we also need to have grasslands here and then watersheds, and then a lot more on probably river, because we want to manage. Right now, we just dredge a river, and that's the only thing we really do to manage our river or slough. And we really should be talking about erosion and bank management up and down the entire system, that we're going to manage the bank systems to minimize erosion. We're going to do, so this vision of where we're going as a total package, and that we were going to do all these little bits and pieces, but here's the big picture. And if that was up front at the very first, because there's two things, and then just the two things that I'd like to support what's been said about conserving more open space. So 2.1.2, conserve more open space, basically. Yes, we want to do as much as we can. And then the next one would be, where was it? It was about the one on stewardship of what? Once we have the open land and managing it, we need to have stewardship of it. And that's probably been two critical factors we need to really work on. So obtaining it and then managing it as critical factors, but that's part of the holistic approach, I think, as a package. But that's the only thing I'd probably go in a lot more detail, but I'm not going to do that today.
One final comment?
Yeah, briefly. So I know you guys talked about you're working on the formatting, but maybe even just like referencing, this item. So in this case, urban forestry program, like see parks, and like, because that works even in the paper version. Like it can be a link on the digital version, but just like see parks, 3.2.1 or whatever it is. And then I just want to make a general comment that Ben has brought this up several times, that utilizing county and state and like other, local initiatives would be great to incorporate in here, because there's a lot of things that a lot of people are doing and we don't have to be operating in a silo. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Moving on to transportation. I guess I maybe would propose changing it up a bit, given that all the members of the public have left. So I think Vice Mayor Shribs did a great job of walking through each item individually, and perhaps we take that approach this time with him sort of leading off on his questions and commentary, and then if we have comments on that particular policy, then we can all address it at the same time so that we get through the document one time rather than having to go back and forth. So is everyone okay with proceeding in that fashion? Yes. Okay, great, yeah.
Thank you. Just overall, I felt much better about this policy than the natural environment. So I just want to compliment on how much is in there. The only thing I would say is that there is lots of repetitiveness that shows up throughout the whole this, and then you've got bits and pieces. So you'll have keywords that you wanted to get in for each of these policies. And so I went through and highlighted a lot of the key term, but then you have this whole half paragraph saying the same thing of the prior one as the prior one. Oh, we're going to do this for all these. This is the main thing, but I had to actually highlight that main thing, that main concept, which differentiated from this policy, from that policy, and this policy. So combining it so that there's three separate things you're going to do, but they kept repeating the same language right after that. So I think, so cleaning that up as you go through it would be one of the recommendations I would have.
Do you have one concrete example in mind, just so we're very clear what you're referring to?
Let's see. I did have it in here. Maybe I'll get through it. I have all these things. Let's see. I did have it. Maybe if I as I go through it, maybe I'll find it. But there was a couple examples that I did have in here. Okay. Let's see. On the very first one, the action 1.1.1. Prioritizing citywide mobility of people rather than single occupant vehicles, highlighting that. And the other thing I would add in that's not mentioned is as far as conditions, existing conditions. One of the things I kind of track is how long are we going to have gas and oil in the world? And our Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Energy, is now listing that we have only 47 years left of oil in the world. That at the current consumption rate, which is increasing every year, we only have 47 years left of oil, period, for all uses of oil. And so, as an existing condition, we better do something about that. And I think that's quietly being ignored by everybody because it's too scary. But I think that needs to be one of the things up front is existing condition. The other thing I found out, natural gas is 50 to 100 years for natural gas and 100 to 200 years for coal, even though way back when like 30, 40 years ago when I went to school and had these numbers thrown at me, it was much longer. Oh, we have almost 200 years of oil. We've got 500 years of coal. We got 1,000 years of coal. It was estimated many years ago, but the numbers that we have now is 50, 100, 200 at most for those three: oil, natural gas, and coal. And at the current rate, which is increasing. So that needs to be listed as an initial condition in their existing condition that we're going to have to work with down the road, because that needs to be advertised. Then, let's see. Actually, I did not have as many questions and comments on this section because you actually did really well on it for the most part.
Are we still on 1.1 policy?
So 1.1.1 I thought was making that, almost putting that whole thing in bold, as this is what we're going to do. Then on action item 2.2.8, TP 2.2.8.
Okay, I guess before we get to 2.
Yep. You want to go one at a time?
Yeah, we'll go one at a time. Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Then I'll leave it like that. That's all I had for 1.1.
Okay. I had some, we are getting into the actions a little bit, which I know wasn't our main task, but in 1.1.1, it talks about a modal priority map. And then elsewhere in the document, there's a transportation network map. And I don't know how many different maps there are, and there should be more than one, but we should be very clear on what those maps are, and those maps should be updated and to have more connections. And so the connected transportation part is something that is probably my highest priority of this whole framework. And to give some examples of the missing links that aren't in our transportation network map. And so the transportation network map does include Sonoma County Transit. And so that is a good start, but I will say in the city council review of the 15-minute neighborhoods, there was a request to pull up our transit map. And we're like, okay, we can add the Petaluma City Transit map to our transit hubs. And that's not, we need to have our entire connected network map show up as part of the 15-minute neighborhoods, because we have SCTA and then we have Golden Gate Transit. And so those three are what shows up in the transportation network on slide 18. What's missing, okay, is we have Marin Transit. Marin Transit has a connection between Dillon Beach and Petaluma, okay? And Marin Transit is a great partner, and they currently stop at Marin, and Novato, but Marin Transit should be considered as part of our connected transportation system. I wouldn't go so far as to say Mendocino County Transit because they don't make it quite all the way here, but I would at least add that to the consideration, because as we have a long range planning horizon and the whole spur, I forget what the name is of merging all the transit agencies, but like that future should be considered as part of this planning document, is not all these different transit agencies. Let's see, where did the other missing transportation network providers. So Amtrak. So I was surprised to find that Amtrak actually has a bus that services Copeland Station twice a day. And I do think from a federal level, while Amtrak is, not great currently, that is possibly one of the best recipients of federal funding is Amtrak, and especially when we get to the eventual high-speed rail, you know, a connection between Petaluma and the high-speed rail corridor, either possibly San Francisco, but possibly, you know, from the East Bay direct to Petaluma. And so that should be part of our transportation network. The other one, this gets less into agencies and other operators, but Greyhound, also the Greyhound, we have Greyhound buses that show up, and you know, I've actually been more than one occasion at Copeland having to explain to tourists that have taken the Greyhound bus from San Francisco how they get out of the Copeland, I won't even describe that, you know, situation, but we do have those operators in our town. And another very important, vital transportation connection provider is the Sonoma County Airporter, now called Groom Transportation, right? And so if we are going to meet the VMT reduction goal with higher density housing downtown and something like a new hotel, and people are worried about all the people driving from SFO to get to this hotel, if we had, as part of our transportation network, something like the airport shuttle as a vital link, then suddenly the conversation changes and we can have policies to encourage hotel developments to get their patrons to take the airport shuttle. And so, again, I think the airporters should be considered. There is FlixBus. It's been called the different things, but you know, regional city bus is certainly something that is going to be in our future. And so it doesn't show up quite here in this action of, you know, you have transit and shuttle. I guess it sort of gets in there, but regional private bus operators. Yeah. And I guess I'll stop there for that rant on the transportation network map, although just highlighting that the map of providers could be doubled. Does anyone else have any comments, discussion on policy 1.1?
I like the opening sentence. I think it's nice, you know, kind of frames the problem and the opportunity kind of in a big way, which I think is helpful. Yeah, but otherwise I think it's a good flow on that one.
There we go. I think maybe we're skipping down to something in the twos that the vice mayor had. So does anyone have any?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that he was going to. So now is your chance if you have anything else in the ones.
1.2, I think the sentence describing the green streets could be stronger. It doesn't really paint a very clear picture, like greening, like, I don't know. You know, it doesn't really sound like anything that desirable to me. Yeah, so I think just improving that. And then I had mentioned the targets for pavement reduction. That could maybe go in this section here. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got on one.
Yeah.
Just a question kind of off that. Is the green streets, is that like the picture you guys showed where the streets are more narrow and then there's like trees and then, you know, like more of a walkway, and then is that kind of what the green streets are?
It could be. I think I might call on Matt if you're online and have any additional historical knowledge how this one came to be and the intent behind it, if you're there.
Very happy to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Thanks for joining us, Matt.
Of course. Great conversation so far. Thank you, commissioners, for having me. Yeah, the greens, this is really setting the stage for defining what green street standards could be for the city. So this is one of those implementation documents that would follow after adoption of the general plan. So specifics of what it would look like would be defined through a more robust kind of process.
Yeah, I think it's a good section. I just think it needs a little better introduction.
Thank you.
Maybe an image.
Just from what I said earlier about the 1.1.1, also going to TP 1.2.2, you have prioritized dedication of roadway space. And that really doesn't belong in green streets, but actually is a subset of 1.1.1, which is the priorities. So that's not a part of the green structure of the street, but it's more or less prioritizing active transportation on everything. So doing that, so that's like, and I'm not sure if that's a 1.2.2 is that actually repetitive for 1.1.1 in concept? You're sort of restating the same thing, but it's just about roadway space.
I believe the idea is actually to take some of the roadway space and transition it into landscape, not necessarily for active transportation.
Good. And then the other thing to add in there, if we have that, then also I'm not sure if it's going to be in the safety area, but it's mentioned here about reducing speeds overall, which would be a good thing in the prioritization. So I'm not sure we want to prioritize these active transports, prioritize the actual road space, and also reduce the speeds of the cars down so that it's much safer also. And those are kind of linked together, and I think linking those three things is the larger vision. And that's it on that section.
I have one more little add on this section too. I think when we go from, when we're looking at implementing green streets, I think we need to think about doing it in a low carbon manner. So maybe that needs to go in there, because you could blow a lot of emissions redoing all these sidewalks and streets. And so we actually need to figure out a way to do it that doesn't do that.
Okay, and my last comments are related to the policies under Goal 1 is Policy 1.3, leverage opportunities along the Petaluma River. This is, I think, one of my top 5 policies, even though it's, doesn't have a ton of text behind it. And I guess I should have read the parks framework, but I don't know to what extent the transportation along the river is mentioned, if at all. Is there
in the parks framework?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is there as well.
Yeah.
As part of the integrated trail system.
Okay. A trail system, though. Okay.
Yeah, there's a major area of overlap between transportation and parks with trails specifically.
Okay. Yeah. I guess then I do still want to prioritize this 1.3 from a transportation context. I think, some people are still failing to appreciate the concept of what a river park is. And it's like, hey, I'm going to go to a park near the river versus the river is the park that I am going to be on. And so this 1.3 really helps facilitate that. I would like to see a map of all the potential build out of places along the river. I had a very lengthy conversation and site walk with a particular parcel that happens to be near a city-owned parcel up over by the Smart Tracks at the very north end of the river. And that would seem to be a great, maybe not even final destination, but at least a significantly upriver destination beyond the turning basin. And so the actions, action 1.3.2 seems really ambitious, a downtown ferry launch with potential ferry connections to Caulfield, Schollenberger, and the marina. And so we should definitely get that ferry to the turning basin. And then we should probably get that ferry possibly up to a potential park area. that's in that general direction. So I think part of the mapping of the river connectivity related to transportation is very important. And then this isn't mentioned as an action and may not be feasible, but at one point there was the port of Sonoma that was considered a ferry destination. And so in our long range thinking, I don't think we should abandon that possibility, because if you go to England, they're doing all kinds of things. It's more related to what you can do with non-dredged riverways, and there are plenty of crafts that can do that. And so I don't know if a ferry from Petaluma to the Port of Richmond is, in the cards, but certainly in a 20-year planning horizon, it should be considered. And so actual water-based transportation seems like an important priority that we should focus on. With that, we're now on to Goal 2 and the policies under Goal 2. Vice Mayor Shribs?
Okay, just before that, just a point of, I just noticed on TP 1.3.2, I believe it's Caulfield with an L before the F, and Schollenberger has no C. It's SH, no C. Just so make sure your spell checker in your system.
I did catch those, and I have them flagged on my page
Okay,
here,
good.
so thank you.
Because in spell check, you don't want it consistently getting wrong throughout
Yeah.
the entire document. Okay, good. So on 2, I actually, are we going through all the way to 2.1 or just 2.2?
Everyone loves 2.1.
2.1
also just do
I'm okay with just
goal
2.1
2.
as is.
How about just goal by goal?
Okay.
Goal 2, anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Then on action item TP 2.2.4. So, and it says develop a pricing model for EV bikes and EV charging that makes it accessible to all members of the public, regardless of socioeconomic status. So maybe fleshing that out a little bit. So that would include e-bike rebates, and then also rebates if folks are putting in charge stations in their garage that they could use for their bicycles and micro mobility as well as their cars. And then in action item TP 2.2.8, it says accommodation of e-bikes on public transit with transit agencies. Right now, there is a limit to the size. I think my cargo bike is long tail. I may actually be over that limit or within 1 inch of it, very close to it. And I noticed that there's other bikes there on it, which is heavily used by the bike community. But we need to flesh that out a little bit. And it's not just e-bikes, but also to include scooters in the phrase. And we also want to encourage either us or SMART or some combination for that last mile. We should have a specific rebate program for those travelers for folding bikes and scooters, so that we can have more volume of those on the train. Because right now, you put 4 bikes on the train, and it's like, okay, now they start getting in the way of people walking. So the bikes and the scooter system needs to get smaller rather than my big cargo bike, because I noticed I had a little trouble in there. So be a little bit more specific.
Is that a new policy you're proposing? A policy to encourage or an action to incentivize?
Sort of like we want to encourage that we work with SMART to encourage smaller micromobility for the last mile, so that everything fits on the train. If we want to multiply that out, we're going to have to somehow fit all those things on the train. And right now, the bikes are running into each other and people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a definite problem. It seems like a policy and possibly something Petaluma Transit could pilot.
Yeah, I just know
as well as an incentive action.
Yeah, because if we increase it, they have a large percentage actually bring their bikes on now. And if we increase that, especially if we have lots of students taking it now, which is what I heard from SMART. So getting them down to encouraging even smaller micromobility for last mile, which would tie in with our whole bike share system, with the last mile system. So encouraging a last mile system package might be more of a bigger policy. So encouraging a transition into a last mile using at the smart train or buses, that we would have policies for all these micromobility systems, whether it be ride shares, it even could be microcars. There's a couple places doing microcars now, share systems throughout, especially for tourists. So somehow creating a policy for getting that last mile better, because I don't think that last mile system is really in here.
Okay, is that it for goal 2? Anyone else?
Let's see.
Goal 2.
Oh yeah, I had one more here.
Okay.
2.2.11, where it says develop an EV charging infrastructure master plan, and we are currently doing that, but only for city facilities, for basically city vehicles, not for the public. And so we also need to have an infrastructure master plan for the public as well, to encourage that both wherever we can, whether the shopping destinations, and also especially for multifamily units, we need to have a master plan for an entire EV system, EV vehicles and EV charging for a general community, which is not part of what we're doing now. We're only doing the city infrastructure. We need a whole city infrastructure master plan created. So differentiating those two.
Great. And I will say for goal 2, I would hope everyone up here really has goal 2.2, policy 2.2 as a priority, implement the blueprint. I mean, that is sort of our document. So I don't know quite to what extent the voting matters, but if we could all vote for that particular policy, I think that would be helpful. And I also, I have plenty of comments about the actions, but I think we can skip that for now. But yeah, there's plenty of meat in the 2.2, which is somewhat redundant, but very important. Moving on to goal 3, equitable access for all. I guess I'll start while people are scanning their documents. So policy 3.2, so the word seamless, that's seamless Bay Area. That's what they're talking about. That's the, I don't know if we even want to refer to seamless Bay Area, if that's part of Plan Bay Area 2050 or not. But it seems like the MTC is trying to head in that direction. I don't exactly know, but to the extent that seamless multimodal connections actually means what Seamless Bay Area and Spur and others are promoting, there might be some more actions, or at least some more narrative relative to this policy that we should consider, as well as possibly, I don't know if Plan Bay Area shows up elsewhere in the frameworks, but I think around the safety stuff in particular, they have a lot of stuff about earthquakes, that is sort of, I can't wait to read all the frameworks, so I will know if it's in there or not, but certainly items related to Plan Bay Area 2050, and in particular policy 3.2 around seamless connections. Is anyone else? Vice Mayor Shribs?
TP 3.4.2, where we want to enhance amenities, and then you list them, and then later on, white sidewalks you actually have listed on as 6 to or 8 to 10 feet wide, which is pretty good. I think if we're going to accommodate both pedestrians and scooters on these sidewalks, maybe we will need the 10-foot. So, and then on the, you include signage, and then street furniture. I think you really need to specify what street furniture is, and specifically say benches for folks to rest on. I know we're working on also the trash cans so that people can put it in for both trash and recycling in there. And then we also want to include also be inclusive with our art and our sculpture. So kind of bring that in also, because we also have a whole art projects we want to do. So we want arts and sculptures included in there. And then one of the big things that's missing here, we need to have toilets in there as a major place with wayfinding toward our toilets. Hopefully we can get a system like there is in Europe, where there's enough quantity around and enough public toilets around that we can service our folks and everybody, the kids, the old folks, the tourists, everybody on that. So this needs to be added in on this one, and hopefully it's added in a few other places also.
I guess while folks are moving through goal 3, I do have a question. So in 3.2.2, it talks about a mobility hub. And then in 3.4.1, it talks about a transit hub. And so I know that mobility and transit hubs can be different. Perhaps they can be the same. There is possibly a policy lurking there about how do we make our transit hubs mobility hubs or something like that. I don't know if there is a definition of a mobility hub or if there should be some action to sort of flesh out what that is. Again, going to the 15-minute neighborhood conversation, certainly I think transit hubs were part of the conversation in the 15-minute neighborhood discussion, but mobility hubs possibly less so. And I'd just like to highlight, if the goal is to have multimodal transportation, then maybe mobility hubs are the way to go. And so I don't know if there is an important distinction between transit hubs and more mobility hubs, but that was an observation of mine.
I'm going to phone a friend here. I think Matt's going to chime in.
Sure. Yeah. So MTC has a specific definition and really great implementation guidance as well for what they consider to be mobility hubs. I'd encourage you to check it out. It's basic, and they've identified potential locations using range of criteria for mobility hubs that they could fund throughout the region. Basically includes all your transit hubs, and then trying to find what types of other amenities can help provide those last mile connections that was discussed earlier. Providing really convenient, secure bike parking, providing, micromobility share services, providing, kind of art and other kind of amenities, depending on kind of the context, the land use context, based on kind of different tiers. So really what 3.2.2 is going for is to build out those mobility hubs. And so that would include kind of providing those additional services and amenities consistent with MTC guidance around your kind of major transit hubs.
Just to add to that, it does seem like a good point, though, to clarify all the hubs. There's a lot of mention of hubs. So
yeah,
what are we talking about?
No, mobility hub can be a generic founding concept for sure. So
thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah, picking up on that mobility hub concept, and so we're talking about equitable access for all. One of the things I would see encouraging is, especially for multifamily units, there hopefully going to be some grants coming down for charging stations with rideshare, with smaller EV vehicles or lighter weight EV vehicles. So that is should be, I think, a separate category that's in here especially for the equity, as if we can somehow help the multifamily units, especially the rental units, the low affordable units, and get it inclusive, that there's going to be some rideshare and with charge stations availability, at least for new developments, and then even for inclusive for current facilities. So that's another huge thing that we need to do. And it's not, as you said, mobility transport hubs. We need to actually locate those where there's actually people are going to use them, which is in every multifamily unit, especially the larger ones, larger apartment complexes.
I was going to add on 3.1 there could be a policy on prioritizing transit and street improvements in lower income communities and on safe routes to school. I don't think that's stated there, but it's like, kind of broadly in the overall goal statement, but there isn't a specific policy focused on that.
Okay, I guess I'll make my final comments under goal 3. Policy 3.5, I think, is in my top 5. Hopefully, you guys aren't counting.
Yeah, exactly. That's 4.
I will say the transit committee talks a lot about the significant need to invest in public transit if we are to meet the blueprint for carbon neutrality. And so I'd just like to echo that I agree with that body and that this investment needs to occur. I think there are several ways to do that within the blueprint. Some of those may merit consideration as actions here. But, I think one of the most successful transit funding schemes is to require large employers to purchase monthly transit passes. And so that's something that's more of an action than a policy. Perhaps that can be supported with some of the language under the policy, but it sort of reads like spend general fund money on Petaluma Transit, and I think the policy is more than that and the aspirations are a lot more than that. And so maybe flushing out the language of that particular policy to go beyond just sinking dollars into public transit. Okay, goal 4, safe and healthy mobility. All right, everyone's frantically searching through their notes here. I guess I'll start. The first thing that came up is down in policy 4.5, the impartial transit traffic enforcement, support impartial traffic enforcement. And I guess I'm curious, how important the impartiality needs to be, if that really needs to be part of the policy. I know from several city council meetings, the different policy is more just support traffic enforcement in general, and even if it's targeted at certain groups. And so I guess there's a question there on how important does the impartiality need to be?
Matt, I'm not sure how to respond to that. Do you have thoughts?
I think this one came from city staff or elsewhere. There's a lot of discussions around that, so I can't tell you the specifics.
I believe it may have come from the initial drafts of the Health, Equity, and Environmental Justice framework. SB 1000 requires that the EJ framework address transportation access issues. And historically, many vulnerable communities, either in perception or reality, experience impartial or partial or disproportionate traffic enforcement in certain parts of town. I don't remember if we have had data or not to support that specifically in Petaluma. Maybe not, but regardless, it was identified as a best practice. And then we decided it fit best within the transportation framework as opposed to in the health equity framework. So I believe that's the root of this.
Sorry if I interrupt. It kind of sounds to me that this is maybe a comment like defining what green streets are, that maybe the definition of what impartial refers to could be expanded upon here to make it more clear. I think that's what I'm hearing the struggle with, like, what is this actually referring to and what are the implications?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more, I don't know if it's more of an action or a sub-policy, but I would rather have like support increased traffic enforcement or enhanced traffic enforcement, you know, and the like impartial part, talking certainly in the EJ context, is definitely valid, but we have a bigger problem than that, and that's just no enforcement. And so to the extent this policy could be broadened, that would be my recommendation to consider. You know, and then in some of the actions, I mean, like some cities are installing impartial traffic speed cameras, and I think that is an action that we should be considering here as soon as legally possible.
Also under the safety, and you do have several things about increasing the sidewalks and crosswalks and the whole pathways, pedestrian pathways for people. And I think we also, I think in here I did see some references to there's more folks that are at risk, whether it be that handicapped, blind. So, and we just had a long from the senior folks committee just presented to us at the City Council about the difficulty of getting around Howard Street on using, they couldn't even use a wheelchair. They had to go to a walker because they couldn't even get their wheelchair up and down the sidewalk properly. So maybe some specificity in because I know like for Howard Street, we're prioritizing the street and not doing, we may or may not get to the sidewalks to make it better for pedestrians, but we need to make sure this policy is clear that that's going to be a higher priority, that we really need to change our sidewalks pathways for the pedestrians. It's in here, but I think we need to make sure that it really is clearly stated that the pathways have to, because we have an aging population here in the next 20 years. Our population average age is going to go up with a large population of 80-year-olds, which are going to be in walkers and wheelchairs and mobility devices in the very near future, within 10 years. So I think there needs to be a little more emphasis to put in that section there for accommodating those that are handicapped and using walkers and micromobility for seniors. That the senior emphasis for needing more help to get around ought to be in here. That's just for the pedestrian part. Then on the down to section TP 4.5, support impartial traffic enforcement. There's some hints in there of what this might mean, and I think we need to work with maybe our police force a little bit better, because some of these phrases, one of these things it says for 4.5.1, expand civilian resources to respond to traffic collisions. Just kind of remove it. Okay, when you get to a traffic collision, I think the safety officers are going to say, no, that's our thing. We're not going to have citizens that, not the SAFE team, do that. That's at the level where we really need to have a real police officer in there. So we need to check with them and see what they think about that. I think they're going to want to have traffic collisions under their wing and not give that up to a civilian resource. There's other things. I just had a discussion just yesterday, a whole discussion between the SAFE team and the police came in and have a discussion with us on leadership class about what they did, where they drew the line between who goes where and who does what. And this is one of the areas I think that they would draw the line on, that they want the police officer in there on for collisions, because then you're talking about liabilities, legal actions, and the like, and also EMTs, if needed, need to be on site. So anyway, just check with them and see how they would feel about that statement. Then in 4.5.2, It says implement proactive collision reduction. I think that needs to be number one, the first one up in the list, not the second one up in the list. So I'd actually put that up and even mention in relationship to the Vision Zero project and add that in there. Then in action TP 4.5.3, it says explore alternative enforcement strategies. I think you're possibly referencing cameras on the streets for checking for speeding and giving out tickets, which is now being tested in many cities, is what that sort of implies to me, because that's the current thing that's starting to happen that may go countrywide here very quickly, because I'm sure it's going to become very effective, giving out tickets via camera, especially for speeding and going through red lights and the like, which is not being done now here in Petaluma. So do we want to specify cameras and AI and actually having enforcements through automatic, which you can also call in, but how far are we going to go on that vision? Because I think that's what's coming and people are thinking about it right now. So we better make that clear is what we're referencing there. Or do you want to make comments on that back?
No, we were just joking about how we each got AI tickets in Europe.
Well, I've gotten toll booth tickets in Texas because I didn't even know I went through a toll booth and was supposed to pay. But yeah, and then I came back to California and here I got a ticket. They sent me a ticket and I had to pay the fee. And I also got one from England too. And if I didn't pay, I can't go back to England until I pay my ticket. Okay. So anyway, so fleshing that one out as to what do you actually mean by alternative enforcement strategies, what that may look like, or by keeping it this generic and vague, it may raise some questions as to where we're going with this one. Then on 4.5.4, again, we're talking about enforcement policy. Are we talking about adding bicycles to the sidewalks or removing them from? I think right now they're not on sidewalks. And are you suggesting that we can, in certain situations, we can ride a bicycle on a sidewalk if it's hazardous, if they're walking on a street, to make that an actual policy? Because I know I'm doing that right now because there's one block to get out of my house to get onto the main street. There's one whole block on Snowy Mountain Parkway right near Washington. There is no bikeway. So I have to be on the sidewalk, otherwise the cars actually run me over.
Yeah, and I think in the cool Petaluma.
We want to establish what we mean there, that we're actually going to allow bikes on sidewalks when it's not safe to be on the street.
That's right.
Yeah,
so be more specific on that one.
Yeah, and I noticed in the pictures, Cool Petaluma shared one of them was of the train on the sidewalk in the flow against traffic. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if it's going to be in here for traffic.
Just to answer your question, so I know Bjorn at the PBAC, he said that the only place where bikes are illegal on sidewalks is the downtown area. And so under the current rules, you can ride on the sidewalks outside of downtown. So that's not known. I don't know if we should have a policy to make that known, but that is the answer to your question.
That's good, because I thought I was illegal, because I was doing that just on going down Washington past Petaluma Boulevard. It's just too narrow right there for a whole block. So I have to get off the street for a block and then get back on again right there. Okay.
And I know there was also state legislation that did not go through that would have done a bit of that, but perhaps the city could look to mirror what the legislation might have been, or some version of that.
Yeah, and then another.
That was to allow bikes on sidewalks, or to discourage.
I think it was to. So if there was not a class 1 or 4, and it was like high speed, all that stuff, that it would allow that you could be on the sidewalk, but it did not pass.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a sidewalk rider, I will say my partner is not. And so we split off and on certain roads, and that's kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, I guess if there is a policy wrangling around in there around like when should we be encouraging biking on sidewalks, the town is currently confused about this topic. So
there's the speed limit maybe on sidewalks too, like with the fast little scooters and stuff.
Yeah, and we also need to, that brings up enforcement and just because I think there is a law, 10 mile an hour on our pathways. And we have also, I've seen a couple motorized motorcycles, little kids on their little motorcycles, probably illegal, but they have they may be classified as scooters, but they're motorized and they're on our trails and they're going around. There's other enforcements for just speed on trails. So we need to say, hey, we're going to be safe and have enforcement on our trails, and we're going to have so many bicycles and people. We need to keep things separated and have policies and education around our pathways where pedestrians and bicycles are together. We're going to develop a education system and a working policy with enforcement for how pedestrians and bicycles and EVs are going to be working on our pathways. And then I'm not sure if it belongs in here anywhere because but in our parking policy, if we're doing a parking master plan for the downtown, but maybe for the entire city down the road here. So in our parking policy and how we're using our streets for parking, I know these streets come up about how do we use the street for parking or for bikes. It's a big controversy right now. So we need to at least have somewhere, I'm not sure where it belongs in here, but a parking policy and a parking master plan so that the spaces are equitably used, and they have to be for sometimes a parklets, whether it be commercial parklet or even for a parklet, and also for bike parking. We have to have vehicle parking, both especially downtown, and that we need to that we're going to be developing a parking master plan, including and maybe even including where RV vehicles can be and how long. Something a better policy, because right now we're not even enforcing our current policy. So with a whole parking, that brings up the whole parking issue, which is more of a generic thing, which is part of our how we use our streets. So I'm not sure if that belongs in here, traffic and transportation, because it's part of the street use.
There is I think in 5.4, it mentions parking policies.
Parking policies.
Yeah.
But that probably needs to be beefed up from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's, with climate goals, I think some of the parking policies you mentioned are less related to climate and more to like land use, So, yeah, but I agree. I think now we are in goal 5, everyone, and just a time check. So we have 2 more goals, and I think if there's a loose concept to get out of here by the top of the hour, maybe if we focus more on the policies and less on the details of the actions, I think we can achieve that goal. And so, yeah, getting into goal 5. And I guess I went straight to parking as well. So if anyone else has any commentary on the first 3, please speak up.
Yeah, 5.1.1. I was looking at the map here of the 15-minute cities. It seems like it's just a crucial building block to get right, especially on the east side. I think it's kind of fundamental to all of this. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And then there's a lot of emphasis on the historic downtown. But I wonder if sometimes that excludes kind of other ideas that seems like the east side kind of needs a downtown in some regard, and I can see how that would come across as putting pressure on the historic downtown or something, but I think that is an equity conversation, and there isn't any community center on the east side of town, So I'm telling you already know all these things, but anyway, I just wanted to say those out loud. Like those are critical building blocks to actually make this connected system work.
So I don't know if folks know this, but the city has received a $1.2 million grant from ABAG to do a specific plan around the Corona Road North Station area, with the idea of trying to create more sort of sense of space. And that the priority development area actually goes all the way along McDowell out to Washington. So there's a good opportunity to think about that more detailed.
Yeah.
And also, the next engagement phase in the general plan process is one focused on land use specifically, and a big part of that conversation is going to be how land use mapping policies and written land use policies work together to actually facilitate the creation of the 15-minute. city, and we've worked really hard to try to identify all potential 15-minute centers throughout the city, particularly the east side, and it's harder than you think. And our current tentative plan is actually go out in some of these areas identified as potential centers and talk with people about like what's that going to look like, what would need to happen to facilitate this. So just letting you know that there's more to come, more community conversation to come around that concept specifically. So.
Yeah, there's definitely, yeah, there's some missing. Okay, good. Yeah.
Sure. Just going over goal 5, just going to the end here, TP 5.5, responsible support local freight. And I just want to thank you for including some of the concepts I've promoted, which is local transport systems, distribution systems that centralize it and providing low carbon movement and freight movement to keep the trucks off the roads. That's what I'm reading in here in this whole section. It didn't just say specifically, oh, we're going to have a central distribution point and it's going to be biked out with small cargo, which is being tested in other parts of the world. But that's how I'm reading this as a possibility, and you did a really good job of hiding that, but you're putting it in there as we need to go in that direction. Low carbon freight transport from the worldwide distribution to us with low carbon footprint. So I just really want to thank you for getting that in as a separate section of 5.5. So I really appreciate you listened and heard. Because I know I was pushing that pretty hard.
That was all Matt. I can't take credit for that. But when I reviewed this plan with Matt, I said, hey, John Shribs talks about this all the time. So it very much stood out to me as a John Shribs item. So yeah, glad we captured it.
We're going to include that in the acknowledgments of the general plan. It's already on my list of things to do.
But you mentioned earlier about the airport, putting freight and maybe even taxi transport out of using our airport more as a transport hub for both freight. Because I think we still have, I think UPS uses our airport, don't they?
FedEx, I believe, but yeah.
I think they do for small shipments of flights out that for smaller planes for freight. I think they may be using it. It's not well known, but I'm not sure. Anyway, but for that and taxi service at our airport to other very close by cities.
Yeah, we went to the airport commission. Was that last week? Very recently. Yeah, I know FedEx was definitely one of them, and talking about flights to Oakland and taxis came up. A lot of things came up that you're talking about at the airport commission as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just chime in. This isn't my top 5, but maybe top 6 as the freight one. I will also say Councilmember Cater Thompson also talks about truck routes, and so it doesn't show up in the action so much, but the timing of the truck routes, because we have plenty of road space in our town, 20%, but those trucks shouldn't be on the road during school pickup and drop off hours. And if we simply achieve that through better policy and coordination, we would have a lot safer streets and a lot less friction when we have conversations around bike paths. And so, I don't know how we promote the concept of truck routes in the language of the policy versus the actions, and to the extent that matters, but people in town know about truck routes, they don't so much know about local freight or whatever. So a little bit of a language question there. And, it does make my top 5, but 5.4, the parking policies, that's a big one. I will say, again, I'm violating my prior request and not talk about actions, but 5.4.3. So I really think we need to change the concept of paid parking to dynamically priced parking. Paid parking is a toxic concept that scares a lot of people. Dynamically priced parking can make sense to people when they actually understand what that means, because the price could be free for most of the day, except during peak hours, right? And it could be free for most of the year, except during peak seasons. And so by using the language of paid parking, we are already eliminating the concept that we are going to continue to have free parking. And so, I think we could do better in the language of the policy to make it less scary to people that this is a really effective solution. And then this is maybe more of a question, but the TP 5.3, this isn't a top 5 priority of mine because we spent a lot of time talking, at least I did spend a lot of time talking about this in the blueprint for carbon neutrality. And so I think it's really cool. My only question or concern is it looks like this is one of the things that is the most duplicative of the document, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it should be reviewed for consistencies and comprehension. And so I love that TDM shows up in different parts of the general plan. That's great, but it should be consistent. Okay, goal 5. Other people, this is goal 6. It's kind of short. This is your last chance to get some feedback in.
On 6? Are we on 6?
It looks like we're on 6 now. Okay, all right.
I was going to say, I love that this focuses on timely and efficient implementation. I think it's great. And then I love the focus on timely and efficient implementation, and I was wondering if there, it's an action, but maybe there should be an action 6.15 that looks at some funding strategies and priorities for this. Because, I think spending some time thinking about where the money's coming from.
Sorry, are you suggesting to add, did you say 6.15, so adding one after 6?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking,
On funding specifically?
Yeah, funding strategies and priorities for equity outcomes or something like that. I think that needs to be.
I think that's what 6.5 is. Isn't it?
All of 6.5?
It's considered creative funding strategies.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Is there something in 6.5 that isn't captured that we should add to that section, or that you feel is most relevant in a different section?
It does say equitable.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine. Sorry,
Okay.
think it's getting late. Yeah, I was just going to add, policy TP 6.4, deliver projects efficiently and low carbon. So it's kind of like you need to think about more low carbon street systems or carbon positive street systems.
This section I really liked, and it's just a matter of how much effort needs to be done, because when you start collecting data on all this stuff and start looking at all the efficiencies, it's a really good concept. And I know corporations went to data-driven decision-making, so this is all about data-driven, which should be our policy and how we do things. Just the one thing I would just kind of add in here is TP 6.2.2. You say, conduct robust levels of traffic stress, bicycle and pedestrian network. The capitalization there, I'm not sure what that is, why those are capitalized. And then gap analysis, you need to define what is gap analysis and what do you mean by gap? I think I know, because it's where you don't have bicycle lanes and you don't have sidewalks, but I don't think anybody else is going to know what gap analysis is unless you tell folks and define it there.
Kelly, do you want to comment on that? Gap analyses?
I mean, yes, that you're correct. As far as what a gap is, we can certainly define it. So if there's a missing sidewalk gap, and some of that, I think we could probably refer to what's in the ATP with the mapping that's
right. Because it might be even more generic than not just the gap and not having a sidewalk, but a transferable sidewalk that you can get a wheelchair on. So what level of gap are you referring to? A gap for walkers, a gap for wheelchairs, a gap for whatever it takes. So there's several levels of gap that you can refer to, not just missing, but missing for certain transports. Overall, and just I just want to thank you for adding in the street tree typography at the end that uses a lot of the terminology in here, beefing that up even further and explaining that now that's getting a little bit more, again, going back to the concept of overall, what's our vision? And I think this street typology framework looks like it's, now we're talking about what does this look like overall? And it's tucked here as the appendix. Maybe putting that at front and saying this is our vision. First, you have some vision type statements at the very end. You say Petaluma has identified a type of local roadway, neighborhood greenway that prioritizes access for people walking. I mean, this is our vision statement, right? In the very last paragraph there on page 25. Right in that section, just before notes, and the graph showing that. So thank you for putting that extra information in. So I just want to appreciate it. Although hard to read. A little small until I blow it up on the computer.
I have some comments about the, I guess, the data-driven topic. This is maybe an additional policy or a modification of this one, but more like strengthening and creating greater partnerships with data and software providers. And so I guess as a concrete example, I had a friend visiting from Santa Rosa, and we went on a hike at Helen Putnam, and he's like, hey, where do I park downtown? You know, and I'm like, park at the garage. And he had and we even got right there at Petaluma Market. He's like, where's the garage? I'm like, it's that giant building right there. And there was even a brand new sign, tiny sign that said, this is the parking garage, you know, but because we don't have paid parking, people don't know where the parking garages are. And so when you go on Google Maps, there isn't like a P right there, you know, and there could be. And the more we partner with Google Maps and Bing Maps and all the different apps that are going to exist over the next 20 years, the more we can help things like the parking policy. And so that isn't so much a data-driven approach to planning as it is a data partnership approach to whatever. But, you know, there's that. And then the transit app, you know, I learned about the transit app because Smart was promoting it. And, you know, I had conversations with certain city staff and I was like, well, I don't like the transit app because we can't put our timetable in there or whatever. And it's like, that is a policy decision that was made by one person. And I have a different policy view on that. And so I think we should have a policy on we should have a policy to promote a consistent source of truth for our mobility hubs, transit nodes, whatever it is, you know, and that is probably going to change over time. And that should probably definitely not be something that the city of Petaluma runs or manages or whatever, you know. A Petaluma Transit app, I don't think is a good idea, but the Petaluma Transit promoting a transit app is a good idea. And so that is missing. And it's not happening. And if we were to have a policy to highlight that gap, then we might be better well served. And then this would be an action below that policy, but we should have our enhanced transit map at all of our schools. That seems like a pretty easy win. I know in, you know, the PCAC, if you remember, we got the presentation from PCAC, right? And the people that actually ride the bus, the low-income people that ride the bus, are like, this bus system is really confusing. And, you know, there's the East Side Transit system and all that. And it's like, and I would go to my school. And it's so if we can help the schools understand what our entire seamless transit system is via the promotion of an app that already exists to do that, then we are much better well served. Okay. Does anyone have any final remarks on the frameworks? Okay. In trying to keep with the soft goal of the top of the hour, the next item on the agenda is commission member comment. I will start down at my right with commission member Atchley. Yeah.
There's been a lot going on lately, but I'll just say, sort of thank you to the cool Petaluma who left already. They just do so much for our community. And then thank you to all of you who are here tonight to present this to us and listen to what we have to say. And, all the work that goes into this kind of document. So just thanks for that.
I can echo that. Thank you.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. My only comment is next Friday, June 14th, the Regional Climate Protection Authority, their climate advisory commission, I think it's called, is meeting. So this, at the last meeting, this is where they went over the dashboard, which we are eventually going to get a presentation on. And, while the coordination between the county and regional bodies isn't that strong, I will say this one particular meeting is the best meeting where you have different representatives from different cities in attendance. And so it is a good source of diffusion of information like this. So that is Friday, June 14th. Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, so it's been 2 months. And I just want to report out that I've been in a lot of meetings, whether it be regional meetings of organizations or also webinars and the like. And there's lots of information I've gathered on climate change and climate change actions. So I'll be as brief as I can. At the North Bay Watershed Conference, which was an all-day conference, we did have the climate modeler for the Department of Water for the state. And he came in and gave a talk about what expectations. And so his models are saying 5 to 8 degrees Fahrenheit by 2100. Again, just with increasing droughts and floods and extreme events. And there's possibility of things will be worse than predicted. And they're looking at, and the Department of Water is looking at a couple different ways of what they need to do to adapt. And they're expanding more water supply and groundwater recharge are the main two things that they came up with. I asked them that specific question, what were their top priorities for adaptation? And so they were doing that. And the state is funding regional pilot projects. And Sonoma County Water Agency is seeking to be one of them for an adaptation. And they're all going to be regional. There's 29 different solutions, and multiple, and each region has a different set of solutions to be used. So they're actually doing pilot studies working on that right now. So that's coming. They talked about water reuse needs to be implemented, which is basically taking our purple pipes and actually use them for drinking water at some point in time and moving in that direction. Technology exists, so we need to get there. Then at Schools Forestry, there was a couple webinars on that, and they said that the major effect on heat islands, especially for schools, that there's less than 5% cover, and in most schools even less than 1% tree cover, and that the kids were not operating under the trees. In fact, when they were crowding under the trees, especially when it was hot, and they also demonstrated there's research showing it affects learning, but they also said not just trees, but any shade is good. So physical shade, whether it be from a tarp, from a building, all shade is good on school campuses to help learning. The North Bay Watershed meeting, which I was just at, which is separate from the conference, had a speaker from the SF Bay Conservation and Development Commission who said that SF Bay will receive 2/3 of the impacts of all of California coastline due to sea level rise. that our actual bay will be more impacted. 2/3 of other impacts will be here where we are at. And they're planning for a 4.9 foot water swell before the year 2100. That's what that we need to prepare for. And that is a 3-foot rise in sea level rise combined with a 1.9 foot storm surge. So in that combination, and the result of when that happens between now and 2100, we're talking about $200 billion worth of damage just to human infrastructure alone. And it's going to take about $100 billion to prevent that loss just here in the San Francisco Bay. So we have regional bodies now kind of looking at what to do. And SFEI has what they've done a lot of studies, and what's on the web now is independent localized situations and possible localized solutions is where we're going. So that's what SFEI, San Francisco Estuary Institute, is working on right now. The Press Democrat reported that this year we're on record to be the most hottest record on the year that ever recorded by humans, and that the CO2 is increasing. Back to Blue Waters, which is an international organization, reported that ocean is acidifying faster than expected, with many coastlines having above average impacts, and also 40%. And they also, another study, 45% of tap water is contaminated with forever chemicals around the world. And at the moment, we are dumping 10 million tons of plastic into the ocean each year. That's just another fact that they were reporting on. The New York Times reported that the sea level rise is greater on the Gulf and East Coast, and that there's a 6 to 7 inch increase already since 2010, just in 4 years. They've actually seen a 6 to 7 inch increase in sea level rise on the coastlines, and so that's expected to be a higher impact area. I went to En-ROADS webinars, and they have a whole program there, but I think you guys all kind of know about that. I went to the school and listened to, we have paid interns working on climate change actions by the school system, and they reported out on what they were doing, and there's going to be a major report sometime before the end of this month, but they are studying food waste, electricity, and recycling on each of the major school sites with recommendations to the school system. So that's what's happening there. And okay, that's a quick report summary of many hours of meetings.
Great. Yeah. Some of that was somber stuff, I will say, but thank you. And the last item of the agenda is an update from the staff.
Thank you, Chair Peters. Was trying to come with a witty comment of a follow-up, but it's a little too late for that. I have a lot of things that I could report on, but I think I'll just do the top 3. The Climate Action Manager position is open currently, so please check out our website, cityofpetaluma.org/jobs. The Climate Action Manager position closes on June 17th, and really looking forward to filling that position. So let all your friends know, anybody that's interested in this field, we're hiring. I just want to echo really quickly, Plan Fest on Saturday, 9 to 2. Christina mentioned all the wonderful reasons to come there, so please check it out. The Cool Petaluma Resource Expo on May 21st. It's a Tuesday night, 5 to 8 p.m. at the fairgrounds. There'll be booths. There'll be equipment demos, food, crafts for kids. It's bike friendly. We're going to be talking about emergency prep, rethinking consumption, transforming transportation, improving buildings, restoring nature, and building community. And I think I will leave it at those top 3. Just some really good things happening in the very near future here.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. This meeting is adjourned at 10:02 p.m.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.